these cheese boogers. All right, test, test, test. Can you hear me? I get so frustrated by that shit. I'm tempted to just cancel the whole fucking show. That shit pisses me off. All right. Shout out to the chat. Welcome in. Seriously, whole night fucking ruined. Anyways, yeah, like I said, shout out to the fucking chat. We'll try to make the best of it. Well, yeah. I mean, okay, I'm not going to waste too much time on it, but it is a total failure. I view it as, because there's no rewatch value. As soon as they turn it on, they see that I'm muted, they all quit watching. But, you know, it is what it is. Hopefully they watch past it. Anyways, shout out to the chat. Shout out to Raising Tomato, Neo Starling, Makai, Christina DK in the house. Good to have you here. And anyways, in tonight's video, I wanted to talk about another manosphere topic. Because evidently I've been doing things wrong this whole fucking time. Evidently, you know, in my world, the more I talk to a woman, the hornier she gets. But in the world of the manosphere, ignoring women is what really makes them horny. So the less you talk to them, the more they want to sleep with you. So I guess that's what we're going to get into in tonight's video. And, you know, I've seen some pretty cool presentations on this topic. So I'm going to share the screen a little bit here. Let's see what we come up with. The power of ignoring women. Can you guys see that? Okay, good. Looks like we're good here. The power of ignoring women. I'd like to know this power. Maybe it's something I haven't learned yet. This is what happens when you ignore women. What really happens when you ignore women. The art of ignoring women. Step by step, what happens when you ignore a girl. Why ignoring a woman you like is so powerful. The secret psychology of ignoring a woman. The secret psychology of ignoring a girl. This is what happens when you ignore women. Why I stopped chasing women. This is what happens when you ignore women. Ignoring women is a nuclear bomb of emotions. Why ignoring women make them instantly like you? Bro, you could have at least put an S on make. What happens when you start ignoring women? The power of ignoring women. 4 reasons why ignoring women. The secret psychology of ignoring women. Ignore the woman who ignores you. Okay, maybe I agree with that one. Ignore women. This is what happens when you ignore women. I finally made the cut. Look, I finally made a video with the right title. I made the cut on one of these lists. What happens when you ignore women? Game for low value men. The power of ignoring women. Okay. Playing with fire made it. Women are not women are not more promiscuous today. See, it's good to see like an original title thrown in there. So shout out to Playing with Fire, because out of that whole fucking list, they were all the same exact title. This is the manosphere. This is the manosphere, though. I'm going to tell you, my whole life, I've never thought women were that difficult. As a fucking teenager, first day of school, you know, friends are all talking, oh, look at that girl over there. Second day of school, that girl likes me. They're saying, everybody, oh, hey, this girl likes you. My whole life, it's kind of been like that. The women that I'm attracted to are usually attracted to me back. So I have never like looked up concepts on like how to attract a girl or how to get a girl. I've never thought that it was, you know, I never thought it was something that you have to learn. My perception on this has always been, or I should say, just my philosophy on this has always been, become a man that women want to sleep with. Do not learn how to seduce a woman to sleep with you. That's the difference. When women like you, it's a whole different world. But, you know, you have to learn things like this, like ignoring women, if you're just unable to make that happen naturally. But anyways, I want to crack into this video right here. I watched like 2 minutes of it earlier, but it had a lot of views, 1.5 million. That's why I chose it. I could have chose any of them. And I'm not picking on this guy, by the way. He seems like a nice guy, but I just want to.
How much of your attention should you be giving a woman you're interested in? Does ignoring a woman make her want you more, or does it make her forget about you? In this video, we're going to be talking about the secret psychology.
Okay. Just going off how he started out the video. An alien, that's not a brag. This is the problem. I've said this a million times. Okay. In my day, look, there's a lot of places where I see women at. I'll put it like that. If I go to the gym, if I go to the mall, if I go to the grocery store, tons of women everywhere I go, very attractive women. Out of the 500 women that I see per day, maybe 5 of them, or let's say maybe 20 of them I find attractive. And out of those 20, maybe 2 or 3 of them I actually have like any type of chemistry for, to a point where I'm like, okay, yeah, she's my type. I want to talk to her. You know, it's very, very slim. It's not something that, you know, it's not a brag. It's more of like understanding what people you like. And Raging Tomatoes, show receipts. I don't view people as receipts. I think that's another weird manosphere thing. I think that's super bizarre. Like if I were out at the mall with a secret camera while I'm talking to girls, that's pretty fucked up. Like I don't consider that normal behavior. It's like I had this friend that used to like to sneak cameras. And by the way, a lot of people do this now because everybody has the camera phones. He'd like to have like a hidden camera in his bedroom when he was hooking up with girls. But you know, you can go to jail for that shit. And you can get, at the very least, I'm pretty sure you can get sued for defamation. You can also get your channel taken down. Like there's a lot of things that can happen. If I cold approach a girl that has a boyfriend and she actually like says yes, and you know, look, not everybody's faithful. It's not up to me to determine who, you know, what other people's morals should be. But if I wreck their home, you know, what happens? Like what's the aftermath of that? What happens to me after that happens?
Psychology of ignoring a woman and how to make sure you're doing it right.
The right way to ignore women. I don't want to screw this up.
Hi, my name is Bobby Rio, and I get questions all the time from clients. And in fact, I was working with a client just recently who said that he was afraid that if he wasn't contacting this woman that he was talking to, that she was going to forget about him. I had asked him why he felt the need to always be texting her and always be asking her to hang out. And his mindset was, well, if I'm not contacting her, out of sight, out of mind, won't she forget about me? And I realized that a lot of guys have this fear. And not only does this fear actually...
Okay. What I want to say about that is really quick. The more I talk to a girl, the more into it she seems to be. If I go like weeks, like if I go like, not weeks, I mean, that's too long. Like, let's say I go like 2 or 3 days without texting. In her head, she's like, okay, maybe this guy has fucking lost interest. Like I don't find it abnormal to like good morning texts or good night texts or like texting throughout the day, you know, sending pictures back and forth. I don't find any of that abnormal. Like I know that the manosphere tells you like, that's like beta, like activity. She's going to find you unattractive and think you're desperate. I don't think of it like that. You know, I think of it as like two people having a conversation. I don't see what the big deal is. And a lot of manosphere guys will tell you to like wait certain amounts of time to text her back. Like don't text her back immediately. I text back immediately. And as a matter of fact, if I'm busy, like if it's going to take me 4 hours to text her back because I'm working or something, I tell her that. I say, hey, I'm not going to be able to text back till like 6 o'clock. So just to let you know, just to give you a heads up. The manosphere tells you the opposite of that though. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. Let's go back to the video.
Cause them to ruin a woman's interest, which is what happened in my client's case, but it also prevents them from taking advantage of some really powerful psychology that makes a woman pursue you, that makes a woman chase you and becomes way more interested in you. So that's why I'm going to be talking about the psychology of ignoring a woman. And one of the things I always ask a client when they get nervous, when they say, well, if I don't respond to her text right away, or if I cancel plans with her one night, won't it make her want me less? Won't it make her say, screw this guy, forget about him? Little by little, bit by bit, she's getting more or less. So when you text a woman, things are going well, you text a woman, and then you don't hear back from her till the next day. During that period where you're waiting for her to text you back, do you forget about her? Or do you stare at your phone waiting for that text? When you're all excited to hang out with a woman and at the last minute she cancels plans, you might be annoyed, but do you want her more or less in that moment?
The answer for me is less. If I make plans with a girl on Friday night and I have shit to do, right? But we've made plans. We're doing something on Friday night and she cancels on me. I am significantly less attracted to her. And as a matter of fact, I'm still probably going to do the same thing. It's just, it's not going to be with her. It's going to be with somebody else. And I think it's disrespectful to cancel plans on somebody else as well. You know, if something comes up, it comes up. Don't get me wrong. Like you're fucking a family member dies or some shit like that. But this is super, like, to me, this is super corny. Like I couldn't imagine this even being a thing.
Counterintuitive way of looking at it, but it is really
like I imagine this is the part that's really dumb. And this is how you know he's kind of preaching to an audience of incels that just don't know any better. Okay, because he's telling you that canceling on a woman makes her more interested in you. But if you already have plans with her, like if the two of you are going out tonight, you can fuck her tonight. Okay. Or, you know, you can seal the deal tonight. You can have such a good night that she goes home with her panties wet. Maybe you don't fuck, but maybe she wants you even more. But if you cancel on her, I don't see the benefit of that. Like you may lose your chance. It's just really stupid. Doesn't make sense. Why not seal the deal tonight rather than canceling it to play a mind game? Hope it works. Some women it might work, some women it might not work, but you already have the chance to seal the deal. What's that say about you though? Like if you're somebody that makes plans and then you cancel them, like you're an indecisive, goofy and weird person.
It's just the psychology of attraction is that when something is uncertain, when something
It's just the psychology of attraction.
is slightly unavailable, human nature says we want it more. Now, I'm going to go through 5 reasons why this works and how to make sure you're doing it right. But I do want to talk.
See, and this is what I was saying. This is why I brought up the thing. I see 500 women a day. I see 20 that I'm honestly, genuinely attracted to. And maybe out of 2 or 3, I have chemistry with. So because of that being the case, hold on, what did he say?
Why this works and how to make sure you're doing it right. But I do want to talk a second about what I mean by ignoring a woman. So ignoring a woman means of attraction is that when something is uncertain.
Okay, when something's uncertain, when you're not sure if they want you, that's not supposed to make you want them more. Okay, if that's your mindset, you need to fucking fix that because you're damaged. When somebody expresses interest in you, when somebody treats you well, when somebody spends time on you and with you and doesn't leave you unread, that should make your attraction for them go up. It shouldn't be the other way around. Like this is the difference between damaged, broken people and psychologically healthy people. That's the difference. Some people are fucked. Some people are. And maybe they need to see a therapist. But if you want to have like any type of a good friendship, relationship, business partnership, there needs to be consistency and functionality. It needs to be solid. It can't be like this fucking trauma bond that these guys want to create of ignoring somebody, treating them good, treating them like shit, treating them good, neglecting them, giving them attention. You know, this back and forth of like constant whatever the fuck. Just stupid.
And when something is slightly unavailable, human nature says we want it more. Now, I'm going to go through 5 reasons why this works and how to make sure you're doing it right. But I do want to talk a second about what I mean by ignoring a woman. So ignoring a woman means several things, right? It could mean the examples that I gave where do you always text her back right away? Do you make a point every single day? A lot of guys I work with, they say to me, well, I text her every night, good night, and I text her when I wake up to see how she's doing. So ignoring a woman might be just not sending those texts. It might be when she sends you one of them.
Yeah, but that just fucking throws things off. Like if you have a solid relationship, that throws things off. If she's used to like, if you guys fucking call each other before you go to sleep at night, and that's like normal for you guys to do, if that's, and whatever you do, that's going to be what you do. But if that's standard in your relationship and you take this advice and you're like, you know what, I need to spice things up a little bit. I'm not going to call her tonight. That's not going to help your fucking relationship. It's not going to fix things. Not going to make things better. Okay. It's going to throw the whole fucking vibe off.
Those texts, you don't feel the urge to immediately respond. You don't think, you don't have this time sensitive pressure a lot of guys have, right? When a woman texts us and we're not able to respond right away, a lot of guys get really nervous. They're like, oh my God, if I don't get back to her, she's going to think I don't like her and she's going to immediately go find some other guy.
Okay. Who does that? When a girl texts you, do you get nervous and think, oh my God, if I don't text her back immediately, she's going to go find somebody else. You know, my value is so low in this world. If I don't text her back immediately, she's going to go fuck somebody else.
That's what I mean by ignoring a woman, is not feeling that pressure to respond to her all the time right away. But it also means other things. It also means maybe it's a woman from your social circle that you're interested in. Maybe it's a female friend that you're interested in. Maybe it's a coworker. And when you see her in person, I'll
admit a lot of times I accidentally forget to text people back. But it's me honestly forgetting. And usually when I do that, it's not something that helps things out. It's something that I sort of have to like make up. I wouldn't say make up for, but I have to put in a little bit of effort to show them that it wasn't intentional. You know what I mean? I don't understand why people would do that intentionally. Like you would intentionally like look at your phone. The girl that you want to hook up with has just texted you, and you're going to do what Bobby Rio tells you to do. And you're going to wait. Let's wait at least 3 fucking hours. Here's the fucking issue. Girls are going to text you for several different reasons. One reason would be, maybe she wants to make plans with you. Maybe she wants to hang out with you. In that situation, sure, it's not really super urgent. You can make plans whenever. But most guys out there that come to the manosphere are trying to get laid. Like their main fucking purpose of being on this fucking earth is to get laid. That's what they want to do. So a lot of times women will text you when they want to have sex. Like she's texting you because she wants to have sex right now. Okay. So if you're somebody that is trying to get laid and you're just sitting at home playing fucking video games and some girl texts you, maybe text her back, find out what's up. I'm just saying, might do you some good. Or you can ignore her and hope she texts you later after you ignore her and fuck her then.
Always jump to say hi to her. Do you always run over to her? Do you always, there's something called attention, your attention currency. How much of your attention currency are you giving her when you see her? Is she getting all of it? Like if you're at a party and your female friend is there, does she get 90% of your attention?
I see what he's saying, and that could possibly be true at times, but what he's leaving out is the value of your attention. So if your attention is extremely valuable, she is, she's going to appreciate that your attention is on her. If your attention is not very valuable, then sure, maybe, if she's extremely superficial, maybe you need to show her that other people enjoy your attention too, to turn things up a little bit. But if you're in that situation in the first place, like, I don't think that's the right girl for you. She should value your attention a little more than that. This is why I titled it Game for Low Value Men. It's like all of these tricks and tactics that the manosphere hits people with are for guys that are like substantially below the bar when it comes to, getting women. I don't understand. Well, hey, we'll be back after a quick commercial break.
World famous Plaza Auto Mall presents America's favorite 93 year-end price smash. Like a Honda Accord LX for only $14,295. An Acura Legend for only $355 a month. An Olds Achieva S sedan for $12,995. A Mazda Protege for just $96.95. Or a Saab 9000 CX for just $399 per month. Plus hundreds more. Smart buyers know. Now's the time and Plaza's the place. Just minutes away at 2740 Nostrand Avenue in Brooklyn. Don't miss it.
There are a lot more what you call ugly people in this world than beautiful people. And there's a growing sense of strength in our collective ugliness. And it's frightening to some people. But we refuse to accept the standard television definition of what beauty is. We don't want to live in a beer commercial. We don't have permanent dramatic shadows that make our plain faces pretty. We don't have perfect airbrushed bodies, and we don't want them. The point is not to be beautiful. The point is to be yourself.
I've got a peer-reviewed study right here that says you're a pussy.
All right, we're back. Had to get myself a beer. Try to make it a point to have 2 beers on Thursday because I've been going out on Fridays. I don't want to be too much of a lightweight. Now let's get back to the main course of tonight's video.
Or are you comfortable ignoring her at that party for a while? When you walk into work, does that cute coworker get all your attention? Or can you just go into work and not say hi to her and, just kind of do your own thing? That's what we're talking about when we mean ignoring a woman. We're talking about withholding your attention. That's what we mean. Withholding your attention is the way that we want to look at it. So I want to go through this, and I want to talk about 5 different aspects of it, right? So the first aspect that we're going to talk about is checking in, because this is a big one. This is something that, this is what essentially inspired this entire video, is clients over and over who get really nervous when I tell them you don't have to check in. Checking in is when you're sending a woman a text just to check in, right? You're really just like saying, hey, I'm still here. I don't want you to forget about me, right? That's what you're doing. There's no real need to send that text except your neediness for her reassurance. The problem with it is that women are really good at sniffing this out. So when you're checking in with her and you're doing it to get reassurance from her, she kind of senses it.
Well, yeah, dumbass, but that's not an issue with the text itself. It's the issue with your fucking needy, low self-esteem. It should. Okay. You should text. You should check up on people. You should fucking text people. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you're texting, are you doing it out of a position of strength or out of a position of weakness? It's very similar to the manosphere guys that tell you never to tell a woman you love her. They say, if you tell a woman you love her, then she's going to leave you. But do you tell a woman that you love her out of weakness, or do you tell it to her out of strength? Let me give you an example. If you tell a woman you love her because you're sad, you're desperate, and you need her, and you need some attention, and you're hurt, and you need some fucking emotional support, that's coming from a position of weakness. And yeah, you look needy. Okay. That's not good. If that's the position that you're coming from, you need to fucking fix yourself. But if you tell a woman you love her out of a position of strength, for example, she's had a fucking shitty day. Her fucking brother died. Okay, she's sad. You tell her you love her and that you're there for her. Not a weak way of doing it. That's out of strength. Then your love has value. Your love has the power to heal. Your love actually makes her feel better. If you do it out of a position of weakness, yeah, your love has no value, because when you say you love her, you're not actually meaning it. You're just looking for validation. Whereas when you give it to her as a reward or as something that is designed to make her feel better, it has a whole different fucking dynamic. I don't get the manosphere sometimes.
And it comes across as needy. Now, on the opposite side, some guys will say, well, she texts me in the morning, so shouldn't I respond right away? Isn't that nice? Isn't that the right thing to do? Well, the problem with always responding right away is that human nature, right? When we talk about the psychology of ignoring a woman, is human nature places more value on things that are less available. And an example that I gave a client.
Again, you need to rewire your brain if that's the case. Okay. And I'm going to tell you why. And it's not just dating and relationships. Okay. Healthy food is less available than unhealthy food. What do I mean by that? If you want healthy food, you have to go to the grocery store, buy lean, like fucking grass-fed beef and hormone-free chicken and vegetables, and you have to make that shit yourself. That's hard to do. It's not quite as available. McDonald's is on every corner. There's a vending machine in every building. You get candy bars, potato chips, Mountain Dew, anywhere. Okay, but healthy food is not quite as available. But when you train yourself to realize healthy food is better, I don't know. I guess that's a bad way of putting it. But the stuff that's more available for you is more tempting because it's there. That's why people eat the McDonald's. but it's not, the point that he's making is not like, it's just not congruent with what he's trying to say.
And once I said, well, imagine your favorite celebrity and you sent them an email. Would you expect them to respond to your email? And the answer is usually no, I wouldn't expect them, because their attention is very valuable. Okay. They don't really know you that well yet. But if they did respond, you'd be, oh, that's awesome. That guy, that guy's cool. That celebrity's cool. But what would happen if you wrote them back and then they wrote you back and now you're talking to them? You go, whoa, you're not as cool as I thought you were, right? Like you have all the time in the world to be texting me. On a very subconscious level, a woman feels like that, right? Because I'm a very high value, in demand man. In her mind, he's got a lot of things going on. So he doesn't have the time to be texting every single second of the day, right? And she'll test you. That's what guys don't understand, is that they'll say, well, she was texting me a lot. I'm just kind of keeping up with her. And it's like, she's doing that to kind of see how much of this guy's attention can I get? And if she gets it all really fast, she places less value on it. And eventually, as in the case with the client that I was working with, she'll begin to pull back because she values your attention less.
This is the biggest scare tactic in the manosphere. Okay. This is what they do. First, they create a chain reaction of complaining videos. So, you'll have guys reacting to TikTok, women talking about how they favor men that don't, or the men that ignore them. They favor men that ignore them or whatever. Right. And they'll make videos complaining about that. And then they'll gather up enough guys who have given their attention to women or have made their move on women and gotten rejected by women, or had women pull back on them, or had women dump them, just stop talking to them. And then they'll convince these men that the reason why that girl stopped talking is because you were talking to her too much. You were too open. You were being too nice to her. You liked her too much. Women don't like men that like them back. That's what they'll present to these guys. So the guys never fucking address the real issue. Instead, they pay the dude thousands of dollars. And then they never address the issue. They never fix themselves. They might come up with a patchwork deal that will create a temporary trauma bond with some dumbass chick, but it's not going to be a permanent solution. Women do not pull back and leave guys that they are attracted to, emotionally connected to. If you're a man that she actually wants to be with, when you text her all day, when you call her, you check up on her, she actually likes that shit. Okay. If she doesn't like that shit, that means she doesn't like you very much. It's a litmus test, not a failed strategy. So have you ever had all the guys out there, have you ever had a girl that liked you, but you liked a different girl? So you've got Rachel over here, and Rachel really likes you. Rachel with the big nose really likes you. But you have a crush on Stacy, and you've wanted to be with Stacy, and you're kind of talking to Stacy, but you're off and on with Stacy. And Rachel just keeps fucking hollering at you. And Rachel tries to fucking claim you in front of Stacy. It's just like, you're fucking annoying. Get away from me. I don't want you, Rachel. Right? It's the same thing with women. So if you're a dude that she doesn't really want to be with and you're constantly reaching out to her, of course it's going to be fucking annoying. She's going to hate you. But if she likes you, attention is a good thing.
Now, the second aspect of the psychology of ignoring a woman is probably one of the most important aspects. Women equate longing with love. Let me repeat that. Women equate longing with love. So what I mean by that is, in a woman's mind, when she wants something, that feeling of wanting a guy to text her, that feeling of waiting up at night, waiting to hear from you, from missing you. That's how she imagines love to feel. If you look at romance novels, if you look at any show geared towards women, right? If you look at back in the day, Sex in the City, and the main character Carrie, she eventually marries Mr. Big, right? And throughout that series, it was longing. She never fully got his attention, right? So that feeling of longing, she equates that with love. And women do that all the time. Women equate longing with love. And the problem nice guys have is that when you never ignore a woman, when you give her all your attention, she has nothing to long for, right? She doesn't get that experience of, when is he going to text me back? Because you text her back right away. She doesn't have that.
Okay. I mean, I see where he's trying to go, but I don't think he's actually ever experienced this. Have you ever had a girl like you and you thought she was kind of cute, but for whatever reason, she's not your cup of tea? Maybe it's just going to take some time. Like, she hasn't grown on you yet, right? But she clearly likes you, and she's, expressing tons of interest in you. And you're kind of like, well, what the fuck's going on? Like, I know this girl likes me, but I don't know. And maybe you're busy doing other shit. Several months goes by, and then you're like, you're drunk and you're like, fuck it. Hey, you know what? I should call that one girl. And you call her, and it's like, it's awkward now because you waited 2 fucking months to do it. You waited way too long. You made shit extremely awkward. Not a good idea. I don't understand what this guy's telling you, but he's taking guys that don't do very well with women, and they're spending thousands of dollars on his course, and the stuff he's teaching them is not going to make you better with women. You need to correct the issue that's making you bad with women. Don't try to use a strategy to overcome it. Actually fix the fucking problem.
Experience of, when am I going to get to see him again? Because you always make yourself available for her. When you walk into work, she doesn't get that experience of, is he going to come over to my desk and say hi to me today? Because you always come over to her desk and say hi. You're depriving her of longing. And that's why I often say, nice guys will be like, I just want to be me, and screw her. And it's like, you think you're saying something noble. Like, the nice guy thinks I'm being myself, but you're depriving her of what she really wants. So is that really a good thing? No, you're being selfish. You're depriving her of that experience of longing, which is why the psychology of ignoring a woman is so powerful, because it causes her to long for your attention. The third element of the psychology of ignoring a woman is a mental challenge. Just like women experience longing with love, women crave a guy who is a mental challenge. What do I mean by mental challenge? Mental challenge means that you're not so easy to figure out. Does he like me? Does he not like me? How much does he like me? Is he seeing other people? Right? Where do I stand with this guy? Can I get this guy's full attention? That's the challenge for a woman. A lot of times, with guys, we come from the mindset, right? It's like, can I sleep with her? Because a woman ultimately knows that every guy will essentially sleep with her. So that's sort of where she goes into it, going, I'm going to not sleep with this guy fast, so I'm going to make him wait. Well, for a guy, it's the opposite, right? For a guy, it's, I'm going to keep her a little confused and make her work a little bit more for my attention. And she likes that. That is the mental challenge. She likes going home and analyzing your behavior with her friends. It's a woman thing, right? It's girl talk. Why didn't he call? Do you think he likes me? And if you deprive her of that, she loses interest, because then she's around her friends and she's like, oh yeah, it's going well. But without that extra element of the challenge of figuring you out, she feels like she's missing something. And that's why she'll often say, something's missing. I don't feel that spark. And it's because there is no mental challenge there. So
Okay. I see what he's saying. And in some cases that might work, but I don't think that's a very good strategy. In my opinion, at least in my world, I guess, maybe we all get different results. We all get in where we fit in. We're all different people. We all have different connections, and each relationship is slightly different than the last. But when I'm in relationships, the more we communicate, the more they seem to like me. And the less we communicate, the more the relationship seems to fall apart. So like, I think the worst thing for me, like the worst thing that's ever drove a woman away from me is me neglecting her. So that's something that these guys leave out. If they actually want to be with you and you don't have to play fucking weird mind games to keep them like hooked in, they actually fucking like you. They don't want to be neglected. And if she does, she's fucked in her head, and that's not a good idea for you to move forward.
The next element of the psychology of ignoring a woman is probably one of the most powerful. And this is something called hot and cold behavior. And I know how powerful this is because not only does it work on me, I've chased girls who have this sort of hot and cold behavior, but I've also had coaching guys for over 13 years now. And I see that they very often will chase a girl who's being hot and cold. There is something fundamentally addicting about hot and cold behavior. A lot of people say, I hate when women do this, and women say, I hate when guys do this. But universally, we all chase hot and cold behavior. And there's actually a scientific reason for that. And it was something discovered by a psychologist, B.F. Skinner. And it's the psychology of unpredictable rewards. So if you look at...
Okay. Here's where these guys get this from. So I want you guys to know where this stuff comes from. And I know some people think this is not true, but these guys in the pickup artist community get these ideas from the psychology community. And here is what the psychology community explains.
I'm a dissociated parent.
And so why do people stay becomes that question. Listen, I'm going to start with the biggest one of all, which is trauma bonding, right? That idea that a relationship, that conflating this idea of love and connection and attachment with chaos. Usually in a trauma bonded relationship, the bad stuff is actually really fundamentally unhealthy stuff. And the good stuff is often more superficially good stuff. Like we laughed, we had a good dinner, we had great sex, we went on a good vacation. Like, again, it's superficially good, but the bad stuff is sort of gaslighty, manipulating, exploitative, dehumanizing stuff. That's really sort of unacceptable stuff. But the good stuff keep people in and confuses them. And so when the bad stuff happens, they blame themselves, they feel guilty, they feel maybe even pity.
All right. I want to find something else on like hot and cold. I just think this stuff's funny. But they have a whole section of YouTube. If you go down like the narcissistic BPD rabbit hole, they have a whole fucking community geared towards overcoming relationships that play these manosphere games with people. And, you know, it's interesting, but I like the manosphere. I just, you know, sometimes I don't like that people, you know, they throw me in the same category as it. I just don't like that. It'd be cool if all the content creators were good, but most of them aren't.
Gambling. The reason gambling is so addictive is because there's always the moment of, am I going to win or am I going to lose today, right? When that roulette wheel is spinning, during that time where you're waiting, and then the ball drops and either you win or you lose, but that endorphin rush becomes addicting. Well, in the dating game.
Yeah, that's the trauma bond. But in all actuality, if I won every single time, like if I went to the casino and I played a fucking slot machine and it was like $5, ring, $2,000, $10, ring, $25,000 I win. Like if I was just winning every fucking time, I would never leave that casino. I would just stay there and just get richer and richer every second. It's not the mystery of maybe winning. Okay. It's actually winning. If I were to play for 2 hours and spend $500 and win absolutely nothing, I would just get the fuck out of there. I'd be like, all right, fuck this. This is a bad idea. I'm out of here. It's not like, I understand like this whole thing, and gambling is an addiction, by the way. It's not a love. So it's funny that he uses that. So if you are addicted to, like, let's say you're addicted to slot machines and you pull it, you lose, you pull it, you lose, you pull it, you win. And you're like, oh, fuck, I got to get that dopamine hit. So I got to keep playing so I can win again. You have a bad addiction. It's not a healthy thing to do. Like, you need to fucking get out, go. This is not good for you. And if a relationship is doing the same thing to your brain, you need to get the fuck out. It's not good for you.
It's very similar. Meaning, let's just say that you're dating a woman, and sometimes you call her up and she's super happy to see you, and then you see her and she's got her hands all over you, and then other days she's kind of distracted, she's kind of cold. And then every time you go to see her, you don't know which one you're going to get, and it makes you crave the hotness. Now, when I talked about you have to do this right? When I said the psychology of women ignoring a woman, it's like, if you're always cold, if you're always ignoring a woman.
Could the projection be any fucking worse? Like, what he's saying there is not very relatable to me, at least. It's pure projection. Same thing with, if you tell a woman you love her, she's going to be turned off. Projection. If I'm on a date with a girl and I tell her I love her, that's an effective strategy for me to get in her pants. Like, even if I was lying, if I made her believe it, my chances of having sex with her have went up drastically. So, a dating coach or any manosphere guy that's saying that you do things like that and it turns women off, pure projection. And they're doing it on purpose. It might not even be projection. They might just be intentionally reaching incels. Because look, everybody has a desire, as long as you're not a psychopath, everybody has a desire to find somebody they love and that loves them back. Right. So there's millions and millions and millions of men out there that currently are in love with some girl that they work with, or some girl that, they go to the gym with, or just some girl. And she has them in like the friend zone, or she's with some other dude and they're not sure what to do. So they come to the manosphere, and when they hear shit like this, of course, it's going to resonate with some of these guys, because they're going to be saying like, okay, maybe the reason why she hasn't went out with me is because I'm expressing too much interest. Maybe if I ignored her a little bit more, maybe that would speed things up. So basically, if you can't turn her on by giving her attention, try to turn her on by not giving her attention. Look, if you want to have a good relationship, I'll put it like this. The guy, I've never known a player or a ladies' man that used ignoring women as a more effective strategy than spitting game to a woman, talking to her. They don't say ignore a woman's panties off. A guy with a silver tongue talks a woman's panties off. He doesn't ignore her panties off. Okay. If your issue is you can't talk a woman's panties off, so your solution that you pay $1,000 to learn is to ignore her panties off, you're fucked. There's not really a whole lot of help for you.
She will lose interest. She'll think you're not interested. Maybe she'll think you're gay. Maybe she'll think that, you met somebody else. She will eventually lose interest if all you do is ignore her. And on the other hand, if all you do is give her all your attention, she will lose interest. It's a balancing act. And it's kind of like, you always want to be conscious of,
it's almost like if you have a life, like, okay, if you just quit your job, you get on welfare, you wake up first thing in the morning and you call her, you beg her if you can come see her at work and bring her lunch and bring her flowers, and you text her and you call her all day when she's at work. And then, you ask her if you can pick her up after work and take her out to dinner, and then you can come over and spend the night with her and you can stay. Of course, if you're up her ass 24/7, it's going to be a turnoff. But who does that? Like, people don't have that problem. We all have lives.
I'm moving too much in one direction. And if you find that you've been giving her way, way, way too much attention, pull your attention back for a little bit. Make her long for more of it. So hot and cold behavior is very addicting. If you actually think about it, you'll probably understand it because it's probably happened to you. It's happened to everybody where there's a woman, maybe it's a woman at work, and some days she comes over and she's all flirty and talkative, and other days she just kind of goes about her thing, and it's like you don't even exist. And that woman.
Okay, I'm posting the link, but this link is okay. So the first hour is like opening monologue. Second hour is callers that want to call in because they have a dating advice related issue that they want to talk about live on the show. Okay, so we have to, that was the old, it's a word I'm looking for. I don't know. That's the way we used to do it. So we're going to go back to that because these last few shows, we've gotten a lot more viewers, a lot more likes, a lot more people interested in the show. So we're going back to that one. So hour number 2 is going to be for callers who want to call in and they have dating advice related questions that we can go through live on the air together. And, you know, we can get into that.
Is magnetic to us because first off, she's a mental challenge, right? And we kind of as guys like that mental challenge as well. Well, women like it even more. So hot and cold behavior when it comes to ignoring a woman actually makes you more attractive. But the final psychology of ignoring a woman, and this is something I really try to stress with clients, right? And I always say that one of the most attractive qualities in a man is autonomy. It's being independent. It's being self-governing. It's being uncontrolled by a woman. And all of this, it comes across as games to guys who are not autonomous.
So, and now he's going to say you should do all this naturally. But here's the thing. If women like you, this is a different ball game. Okay. I can tell you the 2 most times when I had the most women just like magnetized towards me, aside from semen retention. Number 1, when I was like 20 years old, I think I had a court case going on and I was, you know, stuff was about to get really bad for me. I'll put it like that. I got lucky and, you know, it was really didn't affect me that much besides paying a fuck ton of money and I think house arrest and probation and whatever, drug tests and stuff. But I thought I was going to jail. And during that time period, I, being a 20-year-old looking at that, I felt a little bit desperate, you know, and I needed to be around people that were in my corner, that were there for me. And I was probably at one of my most needy time periods in my life. And it brought more women than any other time period prior to that. So when women like you, you will get like, they'll nurture you when you're needy. They'll be there for you when you're needy. Another time period, when I got my DUI, 2015, I lost my fucking job. I went to jail for 2 nights, not that long, but lost my license for a little while. Went through a bunch of shit, had to pay like over $10,000. And it was a really shitty fucking time period in my life. I'll put it like that. Really bad fucking 6 months from the time I got pulled over until, you know, I had everything paid off and all that. And in that time period, women were fucking there for me, right? Like they were there for me. I don't know what it's like to have to play games and present myself as like change who I am to try to convince them that I'm high value. If I feel like I'm low value, the women in my life are quick to remind me that I'm high value. You know, that's what, when people care about you, that's what they do. Like when you have good relationships with people, not just women, like, but your friends, your cousins, your brothers, whatever, like people will be in your corner. And those are the people that you want to be with. The people that you have to fuck with and manipulate or play games with, those aren't the people. Like if shit hits the fan and you're in fucking trouble, right? Whatever that is, something has happened and you are in fucking trouble. Maybe you go to the doctor and you're diagnosed with an illness that could potentially be terminal. What is a girl who you have for the last 6 months had to manipulate, play hot and cold games, and trick her into liking you by displaying high value by waiting 2 hours to text her back? What is that girl going to do for you in that situation? She's going to fucking leave you because you can no longer play these fake ass high value games. Okay. Now you're actually in a position where you're low value. It happens. You know, it happens to people in life. So you have to have a vetting process. And if you require, or if somebody that you're with requires that level of attention or that level of games to keep them with you, they're not going to be there. You know, they're not going to be in your corner when shit hits the fan. So, you know, keep that in mind. You want to have the right kind of people.
What do I mean by that? I mean, when I tell a guy, hey, sometimes you have to ignore a woman, sometimes you have to not reply right away, they say things like, I don't want to play games. And the reason they're saying I don't want to play games is because they do all these things naturally. The reason they do all these things naturally is because they're not autonomous, because they're putting their relationship with a specific woman ahead of everything else in their life. But when you meet a guy who he's really focused on a variety of different areas of his life, right? Maybe he's got a career he's really into, and then he's really into his fitness and he has a lot of friends. He naturally does all these things. He naturally ignores a woman, which makes this man really attractive. So it's not necessarily a game as it is in terms of just naturally becoming more autonomous. The more things you have going on in your life and the more willing you are to put those things first. So here's an example. Imagine that you're hanging out with this woman and you know, you've been talking to her and she's really excited and she's like, hey, Tuesday.
Okay. Here's what things are actually like. If you have a girlfriend, she's going to want to have sex with you. And she's going to want to order fucking pizza on Wednesday night. She's going to want to like chill and spend time with you. And if you're not doing these things, she's going to be kind of upset. So your attention has value. You give her attention. And as a matter of fact, you fuck her like it's more for her. Like she wants to do that stuff. So you do it. You ever heard the term makeup sex? You know, when you're having a rough time and you're fighting with each other and then, you know, you make up and you have sex. It's not, you do it as something that is like, you don't strategically put effort into trying to make it happen. You do it as a way to bring the two of you together. Women want it. Doesn't make sense. As a matter of fact, and I've seen this happen with so many people. If you have a girlfriend and you stop fucking her, like if your sex life goes from a normal sex life to like you guys fucking like once a month and once every 2 months, and your sex life just kind of disappears, she's going to go fucking nuts in her head. And she's probably going to cheat on you just because she wants out, because she's so fucking neglected and feels so worthless. Like these guys make you guys think you're so low value that you have to manipulate to make these things happen when women want it. You know, my first sales job, when I went in to interview for the job a long time ago, he said, "So, have you ever sold anything before?" And I said, "No." He said, "Well, what makes you think you would be good at it?" I said, "Well, people come into this store because they want to buy things. All I have to do is sell it to them." And he was like, "Huh, that actually makes sense." And he hired me. And it was true. There's no pressure. People come in there because they want to buy things. As long as I don't fuck it up, they're going to buy it. And Loopswell, I see you in the chat. I think we can go ahead and stop watching this video. I think we've gotten to the end of it. Loopswell, we're going to bring you on with your questions here in just a second after a quick message from another one of our sponsors.
Oh my gosh! Do you guys see that?
Ouija board. It's just a game, isn't it?
My massive nutsack has filled with cum. I'm dying. I'm dying.
It's like nothing you've ever seen, because it is nothing you've ever seen. It's an all-new scary tale on Are You Afraid of the Dark? Tonight on Snick.
All right, Loopswell, you're live.
Can you hear me there?
Yes, sir.
All right. I just thought it's perfect timing for what I've been looking into today. Found some videos about love bombing and how it's the secret art of getting a girl to chase you. And that's bombing them with so much love and then just jacking it away and then just ignoring them. And, I'm kind of in a predicament right now with this girl where I've been ignoring her. She kind of pissed me off a little bit. I let her into my world of music, and we've been sending stuff back and forth through Spotify. And then the one day I'm like, I'm done working. I'm like, it's a long day. Go throw something on the radio for me, or go put something on Spotify. And she goes, I'm busy. You go do it. You're not doing anything. And I just, right there, I cut it off. I just stopped talking to her, ignored her for like 3 or 4 days. The next day she comes in and I see her and she's trying to, you can see how eager she is. She's trying to follow me around. She's trying to get my attention. She's trying to go above and beyond. And I basically keep ignoring her. And then today she says she's calling me grumpy. Every time I don't give her attention, she calls me grumpy. Okay, so she sends me a text, says I'm grumpy. And I said, maybe you're just not entertaining. And she said, well, maybe we both don't chase, so be it. And then I said, yeah, well, I'll leave that for the male nurses and the Instagram boys, because she said that her last boyfriend was a male nurse and he just wasn't cutting it for her. And the Instagram boys are always hitting her up and chasing her, and she hates that. So and now she's kind of just giving me attitude, and I don't know, is the ignoring working, or is it just pissing her off and kind of making things, I'm not cool, I'm not calm, I'm kind of seeming like butthurt, and so that's kind of where I'm at with that one.
What's the most sexual thing you've ever said to her?
I've said she needs a spanking. You seem like you need a spanking. I've said a couple things, similar stuff like that, just subtle, not too super sexual, but Yeah, I think it said something else.
What sort of a response did you get?
Well, why would I let you spank me?
Well, it looks like in this situation, it's just, I mean, I wouldn't ignore her as a tactic. Okay. People use no contact as a strategy to get somebody back, when in actuality, no contact should be a strategy to get over the person. Because, the direction that you guys are going in is not good at all at this point, because it's gone from what at one point might have been positive and flirtatious, to where it got to a point where it's off balance. You guys are argumentative. Like, you try to be playful, it's not received well. You're both kind of annoyed by each other. In this situation, if I were you, just to get my sanity back, I would stop talking to her. And when she reaches out, that's what I would say. I'd be like, look, this just it's not working out. It's not going very well. The best thing to do here is to separate, because you spoke sexual to her. She rejected that. What's the sweetest thing you've ever said to her?
Well, she said that she has to change her name. She's going to change her name because it's just something I come off the top of my head. I say all kinds of things, but she said she's got to change her name in her town because she can't get a job because she has distant cousins that have bad reputation in the town. And then I said, you don't need to change your name. You're great just as you are. Something like that. And she's all, she liked that. But little things like that,
Yeah. So that's like, as we were saying last week and on the video, if you have 4 categories here and you have creepy, friend zone, maybe boyfriend, Mr. Exciting over here. So creepy, friend zone, boyfriend, hot and exciting. The dynamic of your relationship is over here, somewhere between creepy and friend zone. So the behavior that you're doing is trying to be not creepy and work your way into the friend zone, hoping that from the friend zone, you can move into one of the other zones.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to do is follow these red pill tactics of ignoring a woman for her to chase you. And it seems like because you're high value and she needs to see your value. And sometimes it seems like she sees the value, but then tries to act like she has more value. And it creates an ego battle where it's I'm thinking, you don't have more value. You have to show me more value. You have to earn my attention. But in the end, I don't really give a fuck. I just want that ass. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know. Should I continue to ignore and make things seem kind of argumentative, which I don't think is working? Or should maybe she wants me to chase her. Like she said, we both can't chase. I'm not going to chase you. She wants me to put in more of an effort.
What she wants you to do is either turn her on or leave. One of those two. And ignoring her is not turning her on. Arguing with her is not turning her on. Giving her friendly little friend zone compliments is not turning her on. And when you go into talking sexually, it wasn't turning her on.
Yeah. Well, she said, how come when you were fasting, you were so philosophical? And because I was showing her more attention, I was hanging out with her, I was talking to her more, I was being nice. And then she kind of pissed me off. And then I kind of just started cold shouldering her. And then she said, oh, well, how come when you were fasting, you were so philosophical, but now you're just so rigid and grumpy? And it's well, maybe it's not I'm grumpy. Maybe you're just not entertaining me. Basically what I said.
Yeah. Well, so now your energy is just getting bad. It goes from your energy went from, I like this girl, I want to try to make things work. It wasn't working. So your energy went to, I'm going to play a game and ignore her to try to get her to like me. And now it's just went to, I'm bitter.
Yeah.
So it went from bad to worst to worst. So
yeah.
When you've gone down that path, like, it's just time to, as Mr. Lucario would say, charge her to the game. It's, it's just a better decision to move on. How many dates, or how long have you known this girl?
A month.
A month. How many times have you guys went out?
0.
Oh boy. So, have you ever asked her out?
Yeah, once, but it was super early and she bailed. She flaked. But I'm not giving up, LFA. I'm not giving up. I know you want me to, but there's still hope here.
Yeah.
I mean, if I have to, I could give 2 fucks, but
Yeah, I'm going to send a message in the private chat here for you. Hold on. Don't answer this on the air, but answer it in the private chat. Or
on the phone. Okay, private chat.
See it over there?
Yeah. No, I'm not kidding.
Okay. All right. Yeah, man. It sounds like I'm going to be, just to be totally honest with you, it sounds like she's playing a game with you and she's leading you on a little bit. Like, she's keeping you on the hook and it's driving you crazy, but she has no plan on ever making this work. She knows she has a little bit of power over you, so she's exercising that power, but she's probably losing attraction to you every day based on your behaviors. So
yeah, possibly. But when she comes in, it's like through the text game, she plays like a girl, like plays super tough and resistant. And then in reality, you'll be following me around trying to get my attention when I'm not giving it to you, and trying to make an effort for me to pay you some form of attention. And it's just confusing.
Well, why are you letting that confuse you? It's only confusing you because she occupies so much of your mind that you're obsessing over it.
Yeah, maybe a bit.
So do you think it's a healthy idea to be obsessing over it?
Well, not really. I mean, I'm doing other things in the meantime. I've got a lot of shit going on. It's kind of, I say she's not entertaining, but it kind of is a little bit. The games, I don't know. Maybe it's different. Maybe it's new.
Yeah, and you guys work together.
Yes, sir.
And you can't just stop working together, right? That's something that's gonna.
I'll leave it to her. I'll leave her to quit.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna fire her or anything. I'm not that salty,
Yeah. Man, I would, like, at this point, I don't know if it's salvageable, to be honest with you, because you asked her out once. How did you ask her out?
I asked her to come out with me to the mall. And she was down the day of. Yeah, she was down. I said, I got to do some shopping. You can come if you want. She said, yeah. And then kind of fell through.
What were you guys going to do at the mall?
I just got a text from her right now.
What did she say? You want to call her?
No.
You should. Okay. No, I mean, if you call her, we can tell you what to say.
How does that work?
Well, it might not. I don't know. It
I
might
feel
be
like
a
I'm
little
gonna go
awkward.
out. I'm gonna leave YouTube, and it's gonna. I don't do this a lot, so I'm gonna leave YouTube, and it's just gonna close everything.
Oh, okay. So you're just doing it. You're on your phone right now.
Yeah. I'm not on my PC, but
Okay.
I'd love to. But I mean, I'm gonna keep you updated. You know, you're my guy. I'm gonna keep you updated on it. We'll see what goes down.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I don't like putting your business out there, but I know we spoke before. But last time you weren't in this bad of a situation, and you were going to invite her. The two of you were going to go to like a Halloween thing, right?
Yeah, I mentioned it. I said, "Do you like haunted houses?" And she was like, "No, I'm afraid of them." And then I kind of just left it at that.
Just left it.
Yeah.
Well,
I thought maybe there'd be another opportunity to.
Here's the thing, that's like it's like asking a girl if she likes amusement parks, right? Everybody likes amusement parks, but if they don't want to hang out with you, they're going to say, no, I don't like amusement parks, because they're smart enough to know the next question is, do you want to go to an amusement park? Or like, do you want to, like, you're going to invite them out, right?
Yeah.
So when they're giving you responses like, no, I don't like that, that's that's the equivalent to asking a girl if she likes to have sex and she says, no, I fucking hate it. Doesn't mean she hates sex. It means she just doesn't see you as somebody that she wants to have sex with. And that's the same thing if you ask a girl to go, or like if you bring up like a date idea and she just rejects it, that's basically her just saying she doesn't want to hang out with you. Look, in this situation, you should be ignoring her, but I don't want you to twist this up. You're not ignoring her as a tactic to make her like you. You're ignoring her because if you don't stop liking her, it's going to make this get weirder and weirder and weirder. So you might be an attractive guy. Like you might be high value. You might have a lot to offer her, and she might be very attracted to you if she got the best version of you. Yeah. But right now she's getting a desperate, obsessive version of you. And you have to break free of that way of thinking. So you need no contact for yourself, not as a strategy to get her. Once you regain yourself, like once you're at a stage, and look where you're at right now, most people in the chat, most of us have been there before. You've liked somebody that didn't really like you back, and it fucking throws you off. Or maybe you like somebody and they're playing games with you. It's a pain in the ass, right? But the difference between like a strong, level-headed person and a crazy, obsessive person is the strong, level-headed person will say, fuck, I gotta get the fuck out of here as quick as possible. You might block her on everything. You might just cold turkey, stay away from her as much as you possibly can. Talk to other girls, go out with your friends, go to the gym, do some things to regather yourself. And maybe 2 months from now, you are a more confident, more attractive version of yourself. And then you can conduct yourself differently around her. But right now you just can't do it. Right.
So is it just never, because it's not that I'm obsessed. It's that I'm just trying to listen to some game. I'm trying to follow some game. Right. And that's being ignorant, being standoffish, being kind of rude, being kind of masculine, not chasing. I don't think I'm being obsessive or creepy. I think it's more like I'm ignoring her too much to the point where.
Who's telling you to be indifferent and who's telling you all this stuff?
Well, just listen to the guy you were just watching. That's basically what he was saying. And then I was listening to FitX talk about the love bombing thing, where you show them all this love and then you just jack it away and you pull it away.
Yeah, that's creating a trauma bond. And if you're doing that on a woman that's psychologically healthy, like she's not fucked in her head, she's a normal chick. Yeah, she's gonna view you as she's gonna view it as corny. Like because she's going to see what you're trying to do. She's going to know that you're trying to play a game, and she's just going to take the idea that, okay, this guy likes me a lot. He likes me so much that he's playing these weird fucking games. So because I know he likes me, I'm going to keep him on the hook, and I'm going to tease him and play little games with him, but I'm never going to actually give him any, because she can keep you right there, you know, and that's the shitty part. That's why the manosphere really gives bad advice in a lot of situations. And it's ironic that you called in during this video, because that video that we were watching, it was like, we were watching it, and like everything he said was kind of like, some of it was halfway decent, but it was like 90% bullshit.
Yeah.
You don't want to follow those tactics. Again, like I was saying, I've never met a ladies' man. I've never met a player that ignores a woman's panties off, or that gives a woman a silent treatment to get her wet, you know, that neglects her to make her like him. No, he talks her panties off. You know, that's the difference between a guy that's good with women and a guy that's not good with women. So if you're in that category where you think ignoring women is the better move, then that means your communication skills are so weak that lack of communication is stronger than actual communication.
Yeah. So in the situation where I told her to go change the music, do you just communicate that? Do you just say, look, you kind of pissed me off by not listen to what I said? Like, you're not acting feminine. I like feminine women. You're acting like you're in charge, telling me to go change it? Or do you just shut up and just act cool and calm and forget about it?
You're her boss.
Yeah.
And you told her to, so if you're her boss and you tell her what to do, when you're at work, then she should do it, or you should like write her up or something.
Yeah. Well, it was more like work was over, and it was more of a personal thing. But throughout the whole day, she was trying to do everything for me. I'm like, somebody go turn down the lights. I run out to the lights. She's there, turning the lights down. It's like she heard me. Like, she's trying to do things to impress. But then when I give her something, I throw her a bone, she doesn't take the bone. She ends up just throwing it back in my face.
Yeah. So what do you mean by throw her the bone?
Like, I could see her making attempts to do things at work to show that she's trying to go above and beyond. And then when I tell her, go change the music, because you know what type of music I like, I want to listen to something that I like, it's like, oh, you're not doing anything. It was kind of cheeky. I don't know if she was meaning it to be flirty and teasing, but it kind of just seemed masculine to me. It didn't seem like a feminine behavior. It didn't seem like, go make me a fucking sandwich. It was like, you can't tell me what to do.
Yeah, it seems like you're over exaggerating this like drastically. So you're her boss. So you were telling her to do stuff all day, and she was going above and beyond. That makes her a good employee.
Yeah.
And you asked her for something personal for her to change the song because you like a different type of music.
Yeah.
And the way you asked it, you know what kind of music I like. That's kind of so what happened is she has like like it's self-respect, you know, it's like a boundary where it's like, I will work hard for you because you're my boss and I'll do what you tell me to do. But when you try to get personal to where it's like, hey, bitch, go change the song. You know what kind of music I like. Then it's like, and I know you didn't say bitch, but that's kind of, it might as well have.
Yeah.
So that's like, you know, you kind of made it personal, and she was like, no, okay, that's too much. Not doing it. So she was standing her ground, sort of. That's how she took it.
Yeah.
It wasn't like disrespectful. You know, it was like, okay, if I had if I'm in a relationship where me and my girlfriend are living together and she like let's say she has a habit of making dinner, like Monday through Friday, she makes dinner every night. And, you know, she puts the dishes in the dishwasher afterwards. And one night she's fucking tired, right? And she's made dinner and she didn't put the dishes in the dishwasher. And I'm like, go put the fucking dishes in the dishwasher. You know, I don't like it when they're stuck in the fucking sink. We're going to have a problem, right? Because it's like she did all this stuff and she always does all this stuff. But at this point, I'm just like getting like downright, like almost abusive, like disrespectful, you know? So now she's going to take it. She's going to get combative because it's disrespectful at that point, to where it could have been playful. Like I could, like, depending on what the relationship is, I could smack her on the ass and say, meet me in the bedroom after you put the dishes in the dishwasher. And then she might like laugh and be like, okay, but that would be the terms that we're on and the kind of night that we're having.
Yeah.
But that's a different dynamic, to where it's, if I'm just like, hey, you know, I don't like it when the dishes are in the sink. Like, pull my belt off like I'm going to slap her with it. Like, it would be, you know, it's just a weird situation. And that's kind of what you presented her with. Do you have like, show me an example, give me an example of when you guys are on good terms. Like you said earlier on in the day, she was going above and beyond. How is your communication going at this point?
Still just being kind of like, just not really paying attention, not really looking at her, or paying much mind.
So you were
like
ignoring her.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like the last time she was there, I was ignoring her, and then she came over and she was just going above and beyond, trying to, oh, we need to have a cocktail party. We need to do this. I'm like, yeah, well, everything's good in theory, but it's all about execution. You know, they're all good ideas. And then she was kind of had like stuff on her face. So I just kind of like tried to wipe it off her face. She's like, oh no, get it. Come on. Like, she was like wanting me to touch her, engage with her. She even tried to hug me that night. Like, those are the good terms.
So you were getting stuff off of her face, and she enjoyed you touching her face.
Yeah.
Have you ever escalated things further than that?
The closest we got was like almost like just holding her close, basically.
Almost holding her close.
Almost kissing, but holding her close, but not quite. She helped me put on a suit one time and was doing up my collar for my suit and my tie and my buttons, and that's about as close as it's got. Or just late nights having a few drinks, just kind of just, you know, hanging out, sitting next to me, kind of nothing like too dramatic. No kissing, no rubbing, no humping.
Have you ever tried to kiss her?
Yes. And she turned. She said I was too drunk.
Sorry, I'm late on this. I'm late on the buttons there. My Roadcaster is in the drawer. Yeah, you know, I got to be totally honest with you. Like, this one is not salvageable. And does that mean that it's never going to be salvageable? No. But this round, you know, consider it a boxing match, right? If you're getting your ass whooped in the first round and, you know, you need to reevaluate your strategy here, you're better off kind of playing defense and running away for the rest of the round. And then you can go in the corner and, you know, you can come up with a new plan for the second round. But you're never going to be able to be in a position to come up with a new plan if you don't like have some no contact and get her out of your mind. You know what I mean? Because if you keep obsessing over this, you say you're not obsessing, but if I were to put I'm not going to do this, but if I were to put a vote in the chat, is he obsessing? It would get a 100%. Like 78 people in the chat, it would get a 100%. Yes, he's obsessing. Guaranteed. I'm not going to put it there, but it would.
Well, I'm just for sure, because I'm being open, right?
Yeah.
But to her, she might not think that. I'm very subtle and very reserved. I'm not chasing. I'm not texting every 2 minutes. I'm not texting in the morning. Hey, hon, how you doing? Good night. You know, I'm just keeping it very casual and trying to act like I got better things going on, and I'm too busy for her, basically.
How's that working?
I just not. I'm telling you, it worked more when I fucking tried harder and chased her more and followed her around like a fucking puppy dog. That's why I was calling in, because you were talking like the ignoring doesn't really work. And I was kind of thinking like, maybe it doesn't. Maybe this ignoring game has its time and sometimes it doesn't. And being kind of a bit of a simp and chase, it works sometimes.
Yeah, well, the simp is an overplayed term. So in your situation right here, like I said, there are things you could do to fix this situation, but instead of playing games, ignoring, and whatever it is you have going on here, you would have to be the dynamic between the two of you would have to be you doing things that like get her excited and turn her on, instead of doing things that, throw the situation off. Like, 'cause you're doing a lot of confusing things, but there's very low chance that you can do that right now. Like if you were just in the friend zone, if you were just like a nice guy that she worked with and you're like, okay, I caught feelings for her, then we could say like, okay, here's what you need to do. You need to make a move. You need to, escalate things, maybe get a little sexual. But in this situation, you're just not in a space where you can do that. Like literally the only thing that you can do is no contact, get over her. And look, there have been, most of the people in the chat have probably had an experience where they were infatuated with somebody. This person just did not see them the same way. And they went some time without seeing that person. They got over that person and they got their, their level-headedness back to them. And then the next time they run into that person, it's a different scenario because the person's like, hey, I thought this person really liked me a lot. They're like obsessed with me. What's going on? And now you actually have something to work with because you have your confidence back. You're back in control of yourself. They're no longer in control of your emotions. You're a stronger person, but you're never going to get there if you just keep seeing her every day, because you're going to overanalyze everything. You're going to think everything she does is either a game or, when she comes and she says like, hey boss, is there anything you want me to do? You're going to think, okay, look, she's flirting with me, when in all actuality, she's just doing her job.
Possibly. I think I don't think that. I can tell. I'm very, I can pick up on subtle cues very well.
Give me an example of a subtle cue.
Wearing earrings. When I said, why don't you wear earrings? The next day she comes in wearing earrings.
Well, yeah. So if all the girls in the chat told me that I should wear a blue shirt, I would consider wearing a blue shirt because I would just assume that maybe it's a color that looks good on me. But that doesn't mean that like they wouldn't all think that we're like together because I put on the blue shirt.
No, but there's tons of little things. Maybe not one thing, but when you see multiple things happen, especially in the same day, and it's only happening when you're not showing them any piece of or not showing them any attention, that's when they do it. Like they're trying to get your attention. Like, look at me, look at my hair down, look at what I'm wearing, stuff like that.
Yeah, but I mean, is that directed towards you specifically, or does she do that? Like there's a lot of people in the room and she kind of wants to express her femininity, her sexuality. She wants to be attractive. So she's trying to do things to get attention.
It's for me directly, 100%.
How are you, what makes you sure that it's directed at you?
Because I'm the big boss and she wants it. That's why.
Hell yeah. I mean, okay. So
it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain over the internet, but I just know, man. I just know. It's not just someone with wishful thinking.
I hear you. Hang on just a second. We'll be back after a message from our sponsor, but we'll continue this conversation. You still have a minute?
Yeah, I'm about to hit the weights, but yeah, I can chat for another few minutes.
Okay. We'll be back after these messages.
Yesterday, my city was attacked by spamians from another galaxy. They weren't very nice aliens, which made me and Walt mad, so they were messing up the place. We prepared our newbie case for battle and went out to tell them to get the heck out of Dodge. They nearly jumped out of their purple skins when they saw us. Spamians scattered everywhere, but our BK time missiles made us way speedier. We chased them back to their spaceships, and those spamians retreated like the spineless slime they are.
The new BK's at Foot Locker.
This video is sponsored by your mom.
I didn't think you'd show. You know why I'm here. All right. Bring it on.
Magic Johnson Super Slam Dunk Basketball for Super Nintendo. Now you can rent it at Blockbuster.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Take him down, take him down, yeah, like taking candy from a baby.
What? 2 out of 3, little man.
For the best in video games, make it a Blockbuster night.
Are you ready?
All right. We're back. So let's go over a timetable here. I had to get a beer. Hold on. First, let's look at the chat and let's see what they have to say. Kraken Lacken says, Q, if he is a big boss, why you want to fuck a coworker? Conflict.
Why?
Yeah.
It's just hot, man.
Okay. Understandable.
I could give some talks about that.
Yeah,
nice
no,
try.
I hear you. I'm not one of those guys that says, don't shit where you eat. But hey, if your game is shit, then don't shit where you eat. But if your game is solid, then you're just having dessert where you eat.
Yeah,
and it's all
I mean, time will tell. Time will tell. Yeah. So it's new, right?
Okay, so you've known her for a month, and you said the closest that you've come to each other was you were close to each other, sitting close to each other. In what way were you sitting close to each other? And let's go in chronological order here. So you've known her for 1 month. When was the first time you guys got close?
About a week in.
So
week or 2 in.
Ago. So the first week you guys had a couple drinks and you got close.
Yeah.
When did you ask her on a date?
Before we got close.
Okay. And she claimed she wanted to go to the mall with you.
Yeah, and then the next day bailed, said that her dad was in town, blah, blah. Stuff like that.
Why did you want to take her to the mall?
Because I was just trying to make it like nonchalant, like not direct. Like, I got to go get fucking clothes and shoes. You want to come with, basically. Yeah, I wasn't quite confident enough to just throw it out there because I didn't know, if her little subtle flirts were legitimate. So I threw it out as kind of indirect. Well, I'm going anyways. You want to come along?
Well, of course, any woman's going to say no to that. They do want you to, like, when you ask a woman out on a date, she wants you to do it like in a proper way. Like, have the courage to make it legit.
Yeah.
You don't want it to be nonchalant. Like, you're not applying any pressure when you do that. And that's why I was saying, like, the Halloween thing. And I just said that because that's what's currently going on. So where I live, there is all weekend, if you go downtown to all the clubs and the bars, there's going to be costume parties. There's going to be haunted houses. There's going to be, events going on for Halloween. So if I were trying to, like, if I needed to ask a girl out, like if there was somebody that, I wanted to escalate things with, I would ask her if she likes something like that. And then, like, invite her out. Like, so it would be like, and the reason why I said the haunted house thing is because you said she's 21.
20. Yeah.
20. Yeah. So the age of 20.
And I'm 30.
No, you're not. Your picture's not on the screen. Do you want to be?
No, I'm okay. It's all good.
Okay. Yeah. So she's 20. 20-year-old girls like to, have a couple drinks, maybe smoke a little pot, go to a haunted house, go have a couple drinks afterwards, have sex. Like, dates with 20-year-old girls are super easy, right? So that's why I said, ask her if she likes haunted houses. And if she wanted to go out with you, she would have said, yes, I love haunted house. And then you would have said, cool, I've been looking at a few of them. And then you would get back to her and be like, check this one out. We should go to this one. And she'd be like, hell yeah. And then you could go together, right?
Yeah.
But she saw what was happening when you asked her if she liked haunted houses. So she said no to reject the idea before it even happened.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah. So at that point, it's over with. So women are smart enough. I know you think like it's something that like you think it's very complex. If I were to text any girl in my phone right now and ask them if they like costume parties, they know 100% the reason why I'm texting them that is because my next question or my next statement is going to be inviting them to come with me to one. Right. So
yeah,
their response would either be, yeah, why? Yeah, I love them. Why? Or they might even say something like, yeah, I love them, but I'm kind of busy this weekend. So they already know that I was about to ask them out. You know what I mean? So their response is 100%. They know what's happening here. So this girl knew what was happening there.
Possibly.
So she sort of rejected the idea. And in your mind, when she does that, you just say she's probably playing hard to get.
Well, yeah, I didn't outright ask. I was kind of hinting at if she liked Halloween houses or whatever. It's not really something I do, but I was just trying to feel for it.
Yeah.
I mean, I said, what are you doing Halloween? She said, nothing. I'm working with you. I said, okay, so we're hanging out. She said, yeah, but that's what, Tuesday.
But you're not hanging out, you're working.
Well, I meant like I said afterwards, we're going to be hanging out, right? After work.
And what'd she say?
I said, yeah, I'll have a few drinks.
So you're just going to have drinks at work?
Yeah, at my bar.
What's the plan there? So I'm going to be honest with you.
I don't know, just shoot the shit, I guess.
When I schedule something with somebody, like there's usually an end goal. So like, okay, Halloween weekend. If I ask a girl what she's doing on Friday night, in my mind, the reason why I'm doing it, I'm already thinking like, I want to go to, maybe I want to go out of town. Maybe I want to go to something that's going on in a different town, and I want to stay at a cabin with her. And I'm already like in my mind thinking about, where I'm going to take her, what the sex is going to be like, what the whole night's going to be like. In my mind, I'm already planning all of this stuff out. So there's never a time when I'm like, so what are you doing on Friday? Well, maybe we'll see each other. And then it's like, yeah, okay. And it's like, well, yeah, we'll have a drink or something.
Yeah.
It's like there's no flow going on here. There's no plan. So even when the two of you are sitting there after work and having a drink, there's no escalation going on at all there, right?
Yeah.
There's no let's go out to this club. It's Halloween weekend. Let's go to this costume party. Let's have some drinks. Let's invite some people. Let's stay at a cabin. Let's have a nice Friday trip, Saturday trip. Like, let's do something that's fun. Like, there's no escalating it at all to like make anything happen. It's just going to be the two of you sitting there having a couple drinks, you getting close, trying to kiss her, and her moving her head again.
Oh, well, maybe. I mean, I ain't going to go for it again. I only asked once. So, I mean, that's why I'm trying to do these tactics to have her advance and her do some more chasing. You got to earn me. I've already made an effort and shown you initial validation to get my foot in the door. And now I'm pulling my fucking foot out.
Right. So the fact that the chat, hold on. She may button his collar, bro. Stop hating, LFA. Carrie, I see you back in the chat, but right now we have to have dating advice callers call in. And I know you want to call in and have a word with this guy. Chat, type one in the chat if you want Carrie to lecture this guy for a second. Type 2 in the chat if you
I don't know if I can deal with that dude's fucking energy, bro. But your chat's super cool, man. I was reading some of the comments. The chat's super cool.
No, yeah, they're a chill group.
Anybody on the LFA team?
Without a doubt, I've got the coolest chat in the universe. There's no question.
Yeah, definitely, bud.
Yeah. Does he really think? Okay, so Sarah says, does he really think his existence is enough? Bro needs some humbling. Yeah, you just. It's like the sheer presence of you isn't going to be enough to get her excited to make her want to do it. Like, you have to.
I'm humble. I'm humble as shit, bro. I read my Bible every day, so I don't know what Raging Tomato is saying. I just am. I'm just on a new grind.
Well, no. So. All she's trying to say is, unless a woman is just immediately extremely attracted to you and extremely open to going out with you and all of that just right off the bat, you're going to have to influence her to go out with you. Like,
yeah, but I like to work a little bit, man. I don't like easy chicks.
Well, here's
it shows me that they're too easy and they're not feminine, and plus my phone's on 1%. So if I cut out here, it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so she it's not that she's being difficult. It's not that she's like just being like a challenge. It's that you're losing the challenge. You know, because in every situation you could say it's a challenge. So if you know, if I like a girl and I'm pursuing her and she's like pulling back, I could perceive that as a challenge. But in my mind, and this is what Sarah meant by humble yourself, in my mind, I would think, all right, if she were more turned on by me, then she would have said yes, or she wouldn't be playing this game, right? So, I mean, it happens to everybody. Like, we've all been rejected. We've all had people lead us on. We've all had people play hard to get. Like, it's just part of life. But the way you handle it is the big thing. So if she's playing a game with you and you decide like to go overboard and play like some weird red pill game back, then of course it's going to come off as corny. It's going to make you look super weak. It's going to make you look like you don't know what you're doing. But if it literally did not faze you, right? So number one, if you expressed interest in her and you asked her out and she was kind of hesitant and it just didn't faze you at all, that might be a turn on. Like, I'll give you an example. A couple years ago, I was seeing this girl and she was standing like 6 feet away from me. And this really fucking hot Venezuelan girl, she's like blonde hair, blue eyed Venezuelan girl, like had like Spanish genetics. She hands me her phone number and I couldn't, like, I was like, shit, you know, like the girl I'm seeing is right over there. So I could never call her back. And this girl acted as if she never gave me her number. Like, it didn't faze her at all. It didn't bother her at all. And I just thought in my mind, like, she handled that rejection so well that it's like my respect for her and my attraction for her went up drastically. Oh, we lost the caller. Well, caller, come on back if you want to come on back. But, you know, good stuff. Carrie Sontag.
Oh, I'm on LFA. Hello. Too bad he left.
Yeah, you're
okay.
On. But, well, hold on. We'll let's go to a quick commercial break. Quick commercial break, and we'll bring you back on. All right.
They're squirmy and wormy and purple and green. The grossest little creatures that you've ever seen. Creepy crawlers. Build a monster mold with a colored plastic goop and make a creepy crawler from a yucky monster soup. They're ucky, yucky, squirmy, wormy, very scary, sometimes hairy, squiggly, wiggly, creepy crawling. Creepy crawlers. Gross out your sister, embarrass your dad. You can be a little creep without being bad.
Creepy Crawlers Workshop with plastic goof.
Master got ears. Where we go? Could be more disgusting. How about some bubbling boils and green glop? Now I'm losing my lunch.
Monster Face, the gruesome monster head you make and remake into the most monstrous monsters imaginable. Then you bring it to life.
Now for the test. It works!
Monster Face comes with everything shown here.
Terminator!
I'm back!
Terminator's heavy metal cycle zeroes in and fires. But as evil T-1000 tries to get even, Terminator deploys his secret weapon.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Terminator is back.
All right, Carrie. Yeah, the caller is gone, guys. We've got Carrie now. Caller left us, unfortunately.
Well, maybe he'll call back because I had a few questions for him. First of all, it'd be nice to know his age. I want to know if he's a horny old guy like me, older guy like me, or if he's 30. The age gap, number one, I would have liked to know. So caller, if you're there, maybe you can come back on. We want to know your age. Also, LFA, did he hire her? And if he hired her, I would like to know if he hired her with the intent that he was just hiring her because he wanted to get in her pants and fuck her. That'd be nice to know if he did the hiring.
He hired her, yes, but
okay.
I don't know if that was his intent. It's just what it kind of turned into.
Okay, but I would have liked to know, what is his intent with this girl? Is he planning just to fuck her and have a friends with benefits? Does he want a relationship with her? He didn't really go into detail. He just made it sound like he just wanted to bang her. But beyond that, he didn't go into detail. But it sounds to me like, here's the thing, guys, listen up. First of all, he's her boss.
Right.
So
no, that's the thing, because like early on, he could have said something really sexual, and had it been in a different situation, I would have actually told him to do that, because it's like do or die time, right? At this point, you would rather try to escalate things sexually and get rejected than to keep, wasting your time. But in the workplace, you can't do that, because
no, but
if he said something overly sexual, he could be in a lot of trouble. Anyways, keep going.
Bro, guys have been Me Too'd for far, listen up, everybody. Guys have been Me Too'd for far, 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 far less than this guy's done. Think about it. In other words, women have made up total bullshit on guys, right? Look at that Dodger pitcher. We should talk about that Dodger pitch. Was it the Dodger pitcher? Yeah. Okay. So what happens is we should talk about that Dodger pitcher. But what I'm saying is, this guy right now, gentlemen, if you're listening, I'm telling you guys right now, he's her boss, and he's already dabbling in a gray area. He's in the gray zone. Like Kevin, what was his name? Kevin Samuels used to say the danger zone for women was when they hit the wall. This guy is in the gray zone. The gray zone is where, let me explain the gray zone. I think you'll agree. If she likes him, I'll just be blunt, because I need a soundbite for my videos later. If she likes the guy, LFA, and she fucks him, then he's probably cool with her, and she's not going to Me Too him as long as it's cool. But right now, he's treading on that kind of area where all it takes is for her to just get a little pissed off at him, and literally, she's got enough right now to go to a lawyer and sue this guy for sort of inappropriate behavior in a way. He's already, look, all I'm saying from a legal standpoint, from my standpoint, if he put his tongue up at her ass, I wouldn't give a shit, okay? But what I'm saying is from a legal standpoint, I'm just looking at it objectively. I spent 18 years in the legal field. From the legal point of view, he's already treading in that weird area where, bro, if you're listening right now, you could be sued for sort of sexual harassment. She could go to a lawyer and say this guy's sexually harassed, and he probably has come close to doing that. So what I'm saying is he's already, I don't know how big his company is, how much it's worth, but who knows? He doesn't even know this chick more than a month. You know what, LFA? She could either be prick teasing him, number A. She could be setting him up for some kind of lawsuit. We don't know. He doesn't know this lady more than a month. We don't know he doesn't know anything about this woman beyond knowing her for 30 fucking days, which is nothing. He doesn't know her intent. Yeah. She could either be a prick teaser. She could be setting him for a lawsuit. She may want to fuck him. I don't know. Go ahead.
I agree with you. Polymetal has a super chat here. He says, LFA, what's your take on when you fumble the bag with a girl? Would you truly make the effort to repair it, or just drop her and move on to the next? Well, it depends on how you fumble the bag. If it's something small, I need more details than that. Like, do you have a specific situation of something that happened? Like, if it's gone so far that, like, she's fucking somebody else now or something like that, you clearly move on. But like, if something happened and, you know, she caught you out at lunch with one of your coworkers, your female coworkers or something, and she's like arguing with you and she's like fake breaking up with you, then maybe you make it work. But I mean, it depends on the situation.
Call in and tell us.
Yeah, call in and give us your situation if you want. And Sarah, we'll bring a panel on in a minute. I want to see if we can get anybody, any dating advice callers first, because once we get a panel going, it's too late for that because there's just too much going on. But
do you agree with me, LFA? Do you agree with what I said about that guy?
Yeah. Well, yeah, he can get me too. Well, here's the thing.
Very easily.
The fact that you brought that up, I'm an optimistic person, so you know, I try to seek the best possibilities at a good outcome for the guy. But you, as somebody that was listening in the chat, you see it as like, oh shit, this guy could seriously get me too'd. Or something like something was off about it, right? Like as spectators, you're listening and it's like, this guy, you know, something's off about this situation. He needs to go away.
Well, I'm thinking if he's making 6 figures as her boss, let's say, and he's working for a company that's grossing a few $1 million a year or whatever, he's asking for trouble legally. You know what I'm saying? And what he probably didn't say is, you know damn well if she, first of all, we don't know if she's being nice to the guy just to keep her fucking job. You know what I'm saying? So he's got so many hurdles to clear.
Here's the thing that, you know, in the workplace that I usually notice. So if you're a girl's boss, women in general are going to treat you, or they're going to act in 2 different ways. Number one, they might, or we'll say 3 different ways. Number one, they might just work hard and be an honest, respectable worker. If that's them, so be it. They're professional. Number 2, they'll flirt with you to try to get their way in the workplace when they have no interest in being with you. But they'll just flirt with you and try to be sexy around you so you'll favor them, right? That happens all the time. Every job that I've ever seen that has cute girls working there, they do that shit, right? Or 3, she will just straight up get to fucking you because you're the boss. Like some women fuck the boss, right? It happens in the workplace. They're sneaking in the boss's office. They're hanging out with the boss after work. They're fucking the boss. Some women flirt with the boss to get their way. And it sounds to me like that's what she was doing, but I don't know.
She's putting up too much resistance to want to fuck this dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think she does like having him on the hook.
Oh yeah. Of course.
Like she knows she's driving him nuts, and it's kind of like an ego thing. She enjoys watching it, but he's really not doing himself a favor by continuing the situation. I'm pretty sure the girl sees what he does. She wants to keep her job and she loves attention. That's all. Exactly.
No, here's what it is. You know what it is? She's his boss, so he's got something over her by being the boss, and she's creating a competition out of him and saying, you're my boss, so you're over my head that way, but I know you want to fuck me, and I don't necessarily want to fuck you, so I've got that hanging over your head. What do you think about that? They each have something hanging over each other's head.
Yeah, but he's relinquished power by letting that happen.
Yeah.
He could have kept it in the dynamic of I'm your boss. Like he could have even played it to his advantage when she's doing flirty stuff. Like when she's like, maybe like, you know, doing her hair whipping and shit to get his attention. He could be like, I'm your boss.
That's what he should have ignored her.
Yeah,
Bro,
no, he should have been like, no, he should have like joked around and been like, I'm your boss. You can't flirt with me. Just joking around.
No,
hold on. Anyways,
right.
You know, just to put himself in the position where she's chasing him, but he would have had to play the game a different way than he did, obviously.
No, but you know what? He would have had a lot better chance. Sorry.
We've got Paulie Metal. Paulie Metal, you're live. This is the guy that sent the super chat.
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's up, brother?
Hey, yeah, so I guess I'll explain my situation. So, like, I share like similar workplace with her. I'm a vendor in a store, and she works at the store. So, like, out of nowhere, she kind of, I've mentioned this last show as well for my super chats, but out of nowhere, she was like really wanting my attention a lot and always wanting me near her. And like, I went on a few dates with her. Like, I got a number, flirted with her, and like, she was reciprocating. It was very like easy with her, right? And like, I tried to advance things and like ask her to do things like she would ask the first 2 dates, right? And then I would try to
Right.
ask for dates, and she was like becoming really uncooperative, and like I got a bit worked up with her, and I feel like I scared her away. Uh, and like I kind of really haven't been talking to her for the past like week or so, so I
Hold
don't really
on.
know where to go with this.
Go into details about how you scared her away.
I feel like I just got like overly pushy with her agreeing to coming out because like you know what I'm saying with that?
What caused it to escalate into something pushy? Like when you first met to where you were like overly excited. Like what took place in that time period?
What do you mean exactly?
So, well, somewhere along the line you fumbled. So you had met
Yeah.
her and then you became overly excited. Like I don't get how it got to that point.
Oh, what I mean by like fumble the bag is just I feel like I made myself like look like a bit of a fool by like getting worked up in text with her, and it's like I feel embarrassed.
Exactly how did you get worked up?
Pop the boner.
I don't think that's what he means. So, okay, how long have you known this girl? Are you there? Polymetal. How long
Yeah,
have
I'm
you
there.
known
Sorry,
this
I think I
girl?
lost you there for a second.
Yeah, you're here now.
About a month. Yeah,
Okay, about a month.
Yes.
And have you ever been on a date with her?
Well, that's what it was. The first 2 times, she had actually asked me.
You what? You went on 2
and
dates?
It was fine. Yes, with her. Yes, and they were all good.
Okay.
And everything.
Hold on. Where did you guys meet at?
At work.
Okay, you met at work, and then what happened?
You're not her boss, are you?
Yeah, you're not her boss, are you?
No.
Okay. Did you? How did you guys get to a point where you were going on dates? Like, what happened?
Well, she actually had approached me, and like she had asked, like, "Oh, let's grab dinner one time," and I went along with it. I gave her my number, and everything was fine, and like the date was good. I really felt like the date was good, and like the store, when I would be there, and like her, and that's like 2 weeks after that, it was fine. After that,
You're cutting out too bad. Hold on. The last thing that I really heard was that she asked you out to dinner.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So she asked you out to dinner, and you said yes.
So she asked me out to dinner. Yes.
And where'd you guys go out to dinner?
Applebee's.
Applebee's. 2 for $20?
Yes.
Nice. That's a deal.
Yeah. Well,
so did you guys get a drink when you were there?
Yes.
You got a drink. So you ate, you got a drink. What'd you guys do when you left?
I didn't really take her home. So like, I feel like maybe like, okay, she'll forgive me for not making a move there in what way, right? And then like on the second date, I didn't really try to advance anything, right? And then maybe she feels
first
like,
date,
okay, it's not worth
first
it.
date, you went out to eat, you got the 2 for $20 at Applebee's, you had a couple drinks, and then what, you just said, well, this is fun, maybe I'll see you at work tomorrow?
Yeah, that's what it is. Maybe she was like looking for me to do something, and then like on the second date, I didn't do anything.
Look, yeah. Hold on. There's always there's a phase where you're like attracted to somebody. Like William V. Taper was talking about the girl at Target. So that was a girl that he was attracted to. So if he asked her out on a date, that doesn't mean when they go on a date that they're boyfriend and girlfriend or that they're going to have sex. It just means that now they're actually in a setting where they can find out if they want to date, if they want to be together, if they want to have sex. You know what I mean? So when she asks you out on a date, that's not like an indicator that she's, you know, like madly in love with you or something. It's just that she's just looking for a date. She's trying to get to know people. So, but anyways, so you went on a boring date at Applebee's. You had a couple drinks. You didn't make any moves. What's the sweetest thing that you said to her?
Pay the bill.
I don't really remember like the sweetest thing. What do you mean? Like, is it like the most like flirty type of thing, or?
Yeah, like what's the like if you were to say there was like the pinnacle of the conversations that you guys had, like the most smooth and like arousing part of the conversation of your whole time knowing each other. Like what's the peak of arousal and attraction and escalation of your whole encounter?
And as you can tell, I'm not really the most experienced, but probably just complimented her eyes in some way. I think she had mentioned something. I don't remember exactly word for word, but she had mentioned something, and I kind of like switched it into like talking about her eyes, and you know, I got a pretty good smile out of her, and like I feel like that's probably was like the best thing with it.
But you didn't. That's like an intro. It's like it's an introduction, but it's supposed to push you into something heavier. You know what I mean?
I mean, I say that kind of line to my cats. I like your eyes. I tell my cats I like their eyes. That's not sexual.
Right. Yeah. Then, I mean, you want there to be like a smooth transition, right? Like it's something is supposed to, like if she received that compliment well, that's when you could like escalate it to something a little heavier. But anyway, so the first date, you guys just went home.
Afterwards, yes.
Yeah. And what happened? She asked you out on a second date?
Yeah, like at work, and to be honest, like I don't know if she just like was going out as friends. I mean, that's why I feel like I fumbled the bag. Like what's a good way to put it? Like I feel like I should have like asked like, okay, so is this something or whatever? Like as you can see, like I'm not really the most experienced with going on dates with women. So like
that's what you're hearing.
You know what I mean? Like
I know it didn't happen. You know it didn't happen. They didn't.
Nobody's making fun of you. Trust me. You're doing much better tonight than some. But so 2 dates, and the second date she said just as friends. She made it clear that she just wanted to be friends, right?
Who paid the bill?
Now,
who paid the bill?
I did both times.
Who paid? Did you pay?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm fine with that, Terry. And I don't care what anybody out there says. I know some of the more like game and get laid oriented dating coaches are like, you know, never spend money on women or whatever. But I'm old school. I like to pick a girl up, and I don't like, it doesn't cross my mind for her to pay the bill. Like I drive the car, I pay the bill. You know,
but if she friend zoned him, and he paid the bill, that's a little different.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, at some point, like, yeah, if I'm going out with friends, I wouldn't have a problem paying the bill even with my friends, to be honest with you. Like if me and my buddies go to the fucking sports bar to catch a football game or a UFC fight or something, I don't feel like let down if I pay the bill. Like they'll get it next time, maybe. I don't know. But I don't think that's a big issue. The big issue is when you're on a date, the big issue is arousal or emotional, like are her emotions for you going up, or is she aroused by you? Like you have to have those two things. And if you didn't do anything to stimulate one of those two things, of course, you're going to be in the friend zone. But
Yeah.
The question that you asked was, or hold on, before we get to that, we're going to answer your super chat now that we have more details. But what was the second date?
Where was it at?
Yeah.
Cheesecake Factory.
Really?
Yes.
So I got it. I mean, Cheesecake Factory is like, it's like the new Olive Garden. Like it used to be.
It's a step up from Applebee's, though.
It is, but there was, I mean, when I was in high school, Applebee's was acceptable. How old are you, caller?
26. My name's Anthony,
Okay.
by the way, if you want to call me Anthony.
And Anthony. Okay. Yeah. 26 is pretty young, but, anyways, so when I was in high school, Applebee's was acceptable and Olive Garden was like a step up from Applebee's. Now it's like, I think Cheesecake Factory is considered almost like an Applebee's. Like it's not.
See, now I don't know, honestly. You know, like I was just very confused because like she was the one that approached me, right? So like I'm viewing it as in like she's into me. Now I don't know if for her on her end it was just like just a friend thing. You know, like her behavior, like in text and just around me while I'm at work, it just seemed like my friends. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I just feel like I felt like late. Hey, you're in a friend zone.
Do you have her phone number?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. When was the second date?
How long ago?
Yeah.
Roughly 2 weeks. Yeah, maybe 2.5 weeks or so.
2 weeks. Okay. And you see her at work every day?
Yes. Just about every day.
Do you want to call her right now?
Why doesn't he call her now?
Yeah. Do you want to call her?
No. No.
Why? You will have full support of all of us. We're all on your team.
Well, I just feel like it's like I just got thrown in the friend zone, and I just need to accept that.
Tell her you're madly in love with her. No, just
Don't
tell her
that.
You know what? Don't tell her that. But just tell her. What should you tell her? I mean, it sounds to me like he's already in the friend zone.
Well,
that's what I mean.
I don't know
like,
so you went out 2 weeks ago, and how old is she?
24.
24. Okay. So you went out 2 weeks ago, and how did she friend zone you? Like, how exactly do you know that has happened?
She didn't even hug him. There was no physical contact, right?
Yeah.
Call her, Anthony. There was no physical contact, was there? Yeah, I know. Uncle Kerry knows.
On what? I'm sorry, I missed the end.
No,
no physical contact. Where? I'm sorry.
Yeah. So no physical contact. Is that what was the indicator that you're in the friend zone?
Yeah.
And then what's your encounters with her like at work?
Like I could be flirty and playful with her, and she'll be the same. But I don't know. I just feel like I got like very nervous out at dinner with her.
He has more contact with caller Anthony. Do you have more contact with her at work physically than you do on that date? You do, don't you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I just got very nervous
Why?
in that environment. I feel like.
Yeah. You got to be able to take control. You got to be quite dominant and assertive.
I gotcha. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I feel like in that environment, like I just get all, I was very like nervous in it, and that's why I maybe didn't do as much as I should have, and I feel like I just got thrown in the friend zone.
Are you a virgin? Anthony, are you a virgin? You know me. I'm going to come point blank out. He won't say it, but are you a virgin? You sound kind of either like a virgin or you've only been with one or two girls. Either way, I don't care. In fact, I prefer guys be virgins until they're married, I think, and not be corrupted like me. But okay, so see, obviously, LFA. Listen, he's 20. I was 26, and I probably had a body count of, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 by the time I was 20. I don't know what it was. But the thing is, even I would be sometimes intimidated and not want to, at 26, around women, at 26, I wasn't intimidated like this dude. No. I mean, this guy, obviously, look, LFA, listen, if he's a virgin, he's not going to know when to do anything. He's starting from square one.
Right. Is that, are you a virgin?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's good. If he can find a virgin girl, the trouble is he won't be able to find a virgin girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as a virgin, that's kind of tricky because, and I mean that's great, honestly. I mean, I think if that's a decision that you've made, I think that's great. But there's a lot of things that you wouldn't be able to pull off, like the stuff that I would tell, like an advanced, like a caller that gets a lot of pussy, but he's fumbled a girl. I would tell him to do something different because I know it's in him to do or say something different. But you're innocent. Like when you're in the friend zone, you have to do something very non-innocent. Like you have to get filthy. You know what I mean? To get out of the friend zone. And I don't think that I don't think it's healthy to lose your virginity by like an internet manosphere guy telling you to like, say some freaky shit. So I'm not going to do that to you. But
do it with a girl you love.
Yeah, that's what I think you should do in your situation. So if you went out on a couple of dates with her and she didn't really like you that much, she probably feels like she's like the more dominant one because she probably is. What's she look like?
She's been fucked.
Huh?
She's no virgin. I guarantee you she's no virgin.
No, she's pretty attractive.
Yeah, so if she's a decent looking chick, 24 years old, she's probably been with a lot of dudes. Now, maybe not a lot, but
at least 4 or 5.
Yeah, minimum.
Well, that's why, like I say, just my experience when I was out with her, and then like making any move, because like it sounds funny, but like I've had phone calls with her, and like she'll kind of like, it's a little weird in my opinion, but like she'll mention like, oh, like she'll talk about her sexual experience in like a non-direct way, and I don't really,
does she know you're a virgin?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't say anything.
Okay, but so she doesn't, but so she's talking sexually. If she's bringing up sexual experiences, she's trying to get you to, get involved in sexual talk. So
I got you.
Yeah. So like if you're on a date with a girl and she's saying things like, she was with this one guy that, he liked to do this thing, he like just something simple, like saying that she's with one guy that liked to choke her and pull her hair or some shit like that. Then what she's trying to do is escalate the conversation. So you would be like, this is what I like to do. And this is, this and that. And then she's like, oh, wow, really? And then you're escalating things and then you do it. But you're not ready to have that type of a conversation with her. So you probably just got scared and didn't know what to say, right? Kind of like when in the movie, The 40-Year-Old Virgin, where the other dudes are like, they're talking about having sex and he's like, yeah, and you grab their tits and it's like grabbing a sandbag. And they were all like, sandbag? Like what? It's not what they feel like. But it's like,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I can make this guy feel better. You want me to make him feel better?
Yeah.
I'll just tell a story in under a minute. When I was about, I want to say it was about 21, 22, whatever. I was probably about, 22, 20, it was even 23, probably 22, 23. I had already had a couple of girlfriends, and obviously I wasn't a virgin, right? And I remember I was working for the LA Times. We were going, it was a part-time thing. We were going door to door selling the LA Times. And there was a woman who was early 30s, and she was working there. And her and I kind of had a thing going. She invited me, caller, Anthony, and Elevate. Listen to this. She invited me back to her apartment one night, put on porno movies. This is my greatest fumble of all time. She put on a porno movie, and she was waiting for me to make a move, Anthony. And I don't remember if we made out or didn't do anything, but I was almost too intimidated to do anything at all with this woman. Maybe because she was older. I don't know what it was, but that was my greatest fumble, Anthony, if that makes you feel better. This chick, LFA, imagine, she puts a fucking porno movie on. We're watching porno together, and she's waiting for me to make a fucking move, and I don't do anything, pretty much. Imagine that. So, Anthony, if you feel bad, Uncle Kerry fumbled. Guys, if a woman invites you back to her apartment and puts on a fucking porno movie, she wants to fuck. Am I correct, LFA? This chick's watching porno with me. Her idea, yeah. So, Anthony, I hope that makes you feel better. I fumbled, at least you know.
I don't think.
Get laid.
I think typically the way that women have sex is different than men. So, like, porn is something men like. Like, men like to watch porn because it's like nasty and freaky and they're doing weird shit. Women want sex to be like intimate between you and her, usually, right? So if a woman's bringing out porn, then she is really trying to get you excited. That means she wants to fuck you pretty bad, right? Because it's to get you excited. It's not for her, it's for you.
I blew it.
Yeah, I want to ask, like with my lack of experience, like with women, and I think the biggest thing for me is just confidence, and like the fear of rejection. Like, do I have to just go in it and like say what I want to say, right? Or like,
man, if you're a virgin, you need to get yourself a girlfriend. Don't worry about the rest of the fucking world and the speed that everybody's moving at. You need to talk to a girl that's going to like you and wants a relationship with you and all that. And really, all this manosphere stuff and this dating coach stuff, I wouldn't even really bother with that shit. I would move at your own pace, be yourself, and get a girl that likes you for you. Because you're innocent. Okay, you're innocent. Most of the people that call in are downright nasty, right?
Yep. Like me. Anthony,
innocent.
if this is going to make you, LFA, if this is going to make Anthony feel better, check this out. 3 or 4 weeks later, one of my coworkers, another guy who was about my age, she invited him back to watch porno, and he ended up fucking her. He actually did fuck her like 2-3 weeks later, a coworker of mine. So, Anthony, can you imagine how that makes you feel? She invites me back over this dude. I'm the first. I don't bang her. And then another guy 3 weeks later ends up fucking her. So, Anthony, don't feel bad. Think about it. Does it make you feel better,
yeah,
Anthony?
well, like I was going to ask, like for me, that sounds funny. Like, should I just try to even go like out to dinners with like just as a friend to maybe feel comfortable environments when I actually try to like into build like a relationship, like feel comfortable?
Dude, I couldn't hear what you said.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I think I broke up there. Like, do you think I should just try to go on dates like with girls that are maybe like just friends to me to maybe feel more comfortable in that environment, and then kind of build my confidence up, then try to go on dates with girls like for like try to build a relationship?
I mean, I think you should just take girls out and get to know them. Some women are, don't get this idea that you have to be like this super like alpha male pickup artist type. Like, you'll go out with some women and they'll get emotionally attached and they want like a close, good relationship. And for you, that would be the way to go. Because if you've gone this long without getting laid, you're not the pickup artist type. Like, you're not cut out of that cloth.
No,
you should find an overweight girl. Anthony, find a girl that's like 30, 40, 50 pounds overweight. More likely she's got a low body count.
Anthony, do you like Mexican girls?
No.
Oh, okay. Adriana, sorry, I was going to hook the two of you up, but it's not going to work.
Adriana's my virgin.
Yeah.
She's saving herself for me.
Do you, Adriana, do you want to call in and talk to him? Two virgins having a conversation, a wholesome conversation?
Yeah, please, Adriana.
That'd be cool.
It would.
Never had that happen before in the manosphere.
We could have Sarah come on and pretend she's a virgin. Why don't we have Sarah pretend she's a virgin with this guy?
That might work too.
That might work.
And I just want to say as a side note, I appreciate that like you guys don't make fun of me for being a virgin. Because like
You want
in
to
any friend
speed
group,
date
it's very
Sarah?
embarrassing if
Do you want to speed date LFA? Do you mind if he speed date Sarah?
Anthony, do you want to do that?
I don't even know who that is.
I mean, we can bring a lady on here to talk to you.
Yeah, that would help.
Or I can pretend I'm a woman. Hi, Anthony. You want to come over and fuck me and watch porno movies with me, my man? Come on.
Yeah.
Anthony. You can put your head between my legs, Anthony. Ha ha ha.
No, why don't we have Sarah come on and talk to this guy? I think it'll be good for this guy. Anthony, would that be okay?
Let's have all the girls in the chat are more than welcome to come on and talk to Anthony.
But Sarah has experience with this kind of special case. Sarah, if you're out there, wasn't she in the back room? I think.
Yeah, she's there. She quit commenting a second ago because she's gearing up to come on, I bet.
She should, you know what? I think she should talk to him. I can't. I mean, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
I mean, all I know is if he was my son, I would
Paul
never.
Metal or Anthony, do you want to cam up?
No.
Okay. You don't have to. That's fine.
So my son would have got laid by 18 one way or another, even if I had to pay for it. No, just kidding. No, I mean, it's. No, Sarah, can you please counsel? Caller, have you ever had a girlfriend? Anthony, I mean.
No.
Okay. So we're dealing with, there are guys who have had girlfriends and just haven't had sex because they're religious, like certain religious people. But so he hasn't even had a girlfriend. So it's safe to say, and we don't know who you are, Anthony. You've really, no, I'm not going to say, have you kissed a girl?
Yes.
Okay, you've kissed a girl. But
in
you haven't
in an
really,
environment with alcohol.
Okay, but have you at least gotten to first base? I'll be politically correct here at LFA. Have you gotten to first base with a girl or second? You know, first base is maybe you feel her top up. Second base, maybe you feel down between her legs. Third base is whatever. You know, have you gotten to first base?
A couple of times, yes. But like in
Okay,
very
so
much like
you're not.
party environments where alcohol is involved. So like.
Oh yeah. Anthony, alcohol is involved probably 75% of the time. Two people fuck for the first time, right, LFA?
True.
Alcoholism. Wait, if we banned alcohol, nobody would be having babies, probably, right? I mean, yeah. I mean, people aren't smoking weed and fucking; they're drinking and fucking. Okay, Anthony.
Yeah.
Do you see? If we were 20, 30, 40 years ago, I'm just going to make a point. A guy like Anthony would even, I'm just going to make a point, everybody. Even 30 years ago, 40 years ago, Anthony, you would have been married by now. Probably had one or two kids even 40, 50 years ago. But for sure, if you were 26, 30, 40 years ago, I guarantee you, you'd already have had a girlfriend. It's not necessarily, what's happened is, I hate to blame it on social media, but I love to do it. It's really social media that really screwed with you young guys, because in the old days, think about it. Women could only get together with men, usually at their local high school. Like, think about it. When I was in high school, LFA and Anthony, it was rare for a girl to even date a guy from another fucking high school. That's how tight things were. Think about it. Back in the 70s when I was in high school, girls wouldn't even date a guy from a high school that was a rival high school that might only be a mile away. Think about it. So their world was so fucking small. So consequently, we didn't have women that were overly sluttish, because word would get around who the easy chicks were and they would be cast that way. So if anybody was having sex when I was in the 70s in high school,
Shame
they
on
were
them.
with a girlfriend-boyfriend. They were in a girlfriend-boyfriend relationship. That's what it
Right.
was. They weren't just hooking up. So, Anthony,
I hear you.
that's the kind of relationship you need. You need a girlfriend-boyfriend relationship, because I'll tell you why. Here's why, LFA and Anthony, because I'll tell you why.
Okay.
We know that he's going to be pussy whipped the first time he fucks a chick, right? We know he
Right.
is. I would be if I was 26 and never been laid.
Probably.
So he's going to be pussy whipped, and he
hang
knows
on,
he's
hang
going
on,
to be
hang on.
pussy whipped. He knows
So
he's
we're
going to be pussy
gonna bring
whipped.
Sarah on, and Sarah, Anthony, you get to have a conversation with Sarah. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
He knows
I'm
he's going to
gonna.
be pussy whipped.
All right.
Hello.
Hi.
Nope.
Oh.
There we go. There you are. Hi, Anthony.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well.
Who put that picture up?
Probably LFA.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's good with the tech stuff. Other times he just blows it all to shit. So how old are you again?
I'm 26.
26. You're a baby. I've got 10 years senior on you.
Huh.
You're not into older chicks?
I'm sorry, you're cutting out.
I'm cutting out?
Yeah.
Is that me or is it let's get my earpods on.
I can hear you both pretty good.
Okay. Okay. So it's not me, it might just be your phone. But if
it might
you
be.
miss,
My internet's been going out a little bit here and out.
yeah,
I can hear you now,
it
though. I'm
has.
sorry.
Okay, good. That's good. No, don't apologize. I said, are you not into older chicks?
No, I've never been with a girl, so you know. But preferably, I would like to have someone, I guess, within like 4 or 5 years of my age. You know, either below or
Yeah.
above.
5 years is a happy place to be, actually. Like in any relationship, typically, because you grow together and you're not too far off generationally. So that's a good thought process to have. Um, so so what do you like? What would be your ideal date to take a girl out on?
Well, I was telling LFA before, like, I went to dinner with a girl just recently, but for me, because I haven't really been on. I mean, I'm 26. I've been on a total of 5 dates. I guess you could
Mm-hmm.
consider them dates.
Mm-hmm.
When I go and get food, I just feel very uncomfortable, like, eye contact wise, and just keeping the conversation flowing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Going forward, I feel like I maybe want to do like a different type of environment for myself, at least maybe till I get like, what I'm saying. So that way, like, there's some movement and whatnot, and like I don't have to just keep a conversation going the whole time, or else I'll feel awkward.
Yeah, I mean, going places where there are kind of like healthy distractions around you, so that if there is like an awkward pause or something, like there's things you can point out or things you can utilize as kind of tools, per se. If you're, I don't know, walking around like we always have like the first Friday, or I think, or like the, um, I don't know. We like have these big market things that they do on the weekends and stuff. And like something like that would be a good idea, because there's distractions. There's healthy things that, that can distract you if you're kind of losing words or losing pace in conversation. And you can just point something out like, oh, that's a really cool stand. Let's go check that out. They're selling candles over there. So something like an idea like that would be fun, or any type of like, I always love to go, like, to play pool or air hockey, or things like that, because number one, I'm going to kick your ass, but number two, it's like you don't have to carry the conversation, right? Because you can always take a pause when it's their turn to shoot or your turn to shoot, because it's natural to say, oh, I'm going to let them have their moment to shoot, or whatever the case may be. And it creates also a healthy competition, and you can start making bets on like, oh, well, it's going to be a good shot. Watch, I'm going to hit this in, and blah, blah, blah. And if I do, what do I get if I get it in, or if I kick your ass, what do I get, and that's when that can like create the sexual tension, and it makes it really fun. Or I mean, you definitely. I'm not a big fan of restaurants on first dates. Definitely the second date if you want, but first dates, no. I'm always a fan of like going and getting a coffee or somewhere where you can like grab a coffee and walk if you want to, or even just grabbing a drink and appetizer, something a little more simple. Even sitting at the bar side by side, it allows you to be closer and next to each other. I hate sitting at tables if I'm on a date, because you can't have physical touch because there's a table in between you. So going to a bar and grabbing drinks and an appetizer is great because she's right next to you. And this gives her the opportunity to like touch your leg, put her hand on your leg or touch your shoulder or vice versa. And like little things like that where it allows, and there's nothing dull about sitting at a bar. There's always someone being stupid or you can point out things and it makes it easy, things like that. Those are fun.
I got you. Yeah, like in environments like that, like where you're closer together, like I guess I need to not be afraid to like do things, like make some type of move and not feel like embarrassed or whatnot, like when doing that, you know what I'm saying? Like I said to LFA
Mhm.
before, it's just definitely like a confidence, issue with me. Like just like I'm on a date with a girl, like it's okay to do things, like try to, make a move or like, you know what I'm saying? Like
No, I absolutely know what you're saying, and I can tell you on the other end, she's probably sitting there wondering why you haven't, like, tried to grab her hand or kiss her or something like that already. I mean, most of the time we want it. Like, if we're there with you, we're laughing, we're smiling, we're engaged in the conversation, we're very much showing you that we're interested, like, we're there, right? Now, if she's being cold and just trying to get a free meal, like, you can just chalk that one up as a loss and go home. But if she's there, she's laughing, engaging in conversation, engaging in you, making eye contact, all of those things, like, she's into you. I can tell you on my end, from a girl's perspective, like, she's 100% sitting there, like, waiting for you to, like, because she's like, come on, like, just do something, like, touch me, like, touch my hand,
I
play
got
with
you.
my hair. I don't know. Even if it's like, something as simple, and I love this. If a guy just brushes my hair like off my ear behind, just to like push it out of my way, like he's doing me a favor. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's the best thing ever. Oh my God. It's perfect because it just gives him the opportunity to like just touch me softly and interact physically, but it's not weird, right? Like it's just like, oh,
There's
your
nothing over the
hair's
top.
it's just your
Yeah.
hair's in your way, and I have long hair, so it gets in the way all the time. But something as simple that is that, and it creates a perfect excuse to touch her, like, oh, your hair's just in your way. Let me brush it out. Um, Little things like that. And like if you did something like that and she kind of leans into it or she's smiling about it or I don't know, just kind of gets soft with it, then that's probably your cue that like you're good to go, bro. She's definitely into you and you can keep pressing forward. But
I got you.
if she like shudders back like, "Ooh, what are you doing?" Like just you're done and that date, go home.
Okay.
Because no girl's gonna be like, what?
Yeah, so like for me, really just, when I'm out, like just definitely need to have like more confidence and don't be afraid to do small things. And,
Yeah,
if they pull back or like kind of reject it in a sense, just take that one as a loss.
yeah, and there are, fair warning to you, and you probably have already, experienced this, but there are girls out there that just want to go out and have a free meal, or they might view you as the nice guy and are friend zoning you or something like that. And if they're doing that, just enjoy the night for what it is, but like end the date and go home, and don't waste your time. But like you seem very genuine and sincere, and it like I would probably enjoy a date with you, because you're very LFA kept saying it, like you're very innocent in this, and it's just very sweet. Um, and I think that you probably do better than you think. If I'm experiencing you via internet and just listening to you, I haven't even seen your face, and I think you're adorable and sweet, and I just would love to
me.
just
That's me in the picture right there.
but like I would totally love to just like eat you up because you're so kind and so gentle sounding, right? And you seem just very genuine. And I think that most girls probably have that experience with you. You're just not seeing it because you're too in your head. So you got to get out of your head.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. You know, like, and it goes back
Hmm.
to just the lack of confidence when I'm out in that environment, and just like, don't be afraid. You know, like that's the biggest thing with me. And I feel like, you know, when I've gone out with women, you know, on dates, that's where it doesn't, you know, I don't have the ability to kind of move forward because I just have a confidence issue out there.
Right.
You
And
know, and
they're
to
probably
them,
sitting
like, I'm
there.
boring.
And well, they're probably sitting there twiddling their thumbs like what is he waiting for?
Yeah.
And women, we've been taught to wait. Let the man approach us. Let the man get our number. Let the man make the first move. Let the man be the first to say I love you. Let the man propose to us. Like we've literally been told to sit and wait our entire lives and let the man tell us when we get to move up to the next level, right? And so if you're not doing anything physical with them or you're not making it very clear to them that, you're interested or you're physically enticed or whatever the case may be, then they're going to think, "Oh, well, maybe he just didn't like me. Maybe I scared him. Maybe I was too much. Maybe I was like everything that you're sitting there thinking about yourself, she's sitting there wondering about herself too because you haven't made the move. We love it when you make the move. We wait for you to make the move. There are more bold girls
Yeah.
like me out there that are like, I'll make a move. I'll make it very well known that I want X, Y, and Z or whatever the case may be. But that's because I'm a very impatient person. But most of the time, like we just want to sit there and wait for you to tell us what to do next,
Yeah.
or when do we
From
get to move to the next level?
everything you've been saying and what LFA said to me before as well, like, I need to just not be afraid of rejection and just like if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Like, you know what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
that's a lot of what causes me to, like, be anxious in that environment and whatnot. Like, you get what I'm saying with that?
Hmm. No, absolutely. And if you're not used to talking to women on that type of level, right? Or you're not used to making the move, then when you finally go to try to do it, you're going to be nervous doing it. And then you're going to think, oh my God, I'm going to fuck this up or whatever. And then you're going to come off nervous. And then we're going to see you're nervous. And then it's going to make us nervous and everybody's nervous. And if you just take the plunge and just do it and own it, and whatever happens, happens, she's either going to say, no, I'm not that interested. And that's your cue right there. Okay, well, then it's time to take you home. Or she's going to be receptive. She's going to receive it and she's going to enjoy it and reciprocate. 9 times out of 10, she's probably going to reciprocate.
Yeah, like that's just like I said, like going forward, just if I go out on a date again, I just need to not be afraid of rejection. And if I do get rejected or like you know, they don't really enjoy something I try to do, like just understand, okay, this one wasn't it, and like on to the next.
But I think in the beginning, you should just assume you have that one in the bag.
Okay.
Stop
Like they're
thinking
actually
that
out
like,
already with
oh,
me.
they
I need
might
to realize
reject
that.
me. You need to assume that they're into you. If they're agreeing to a date with you, they're probably into you. Like, I mean, I know from my personal experience, like, I don't like to waste my time. I'm not a big fan of it. Yeah, sure, I'll go on some dates and entertain like first date, second date, but I'll never entertain a third if I'm not that interested. But at the very least, I have to have some level of interest, right, to go on that first date, even the second.
Yeah.
So if they're there with you, now again, I will say there are those few women out there that just they could be using you for a free meal, whatever. Enjoy the entertainment of the evening, take them home and be done, right? You'll be able to pick them out better like the more experience you get. But I think 9 times out of 10, those girls, if they're out on a date with you, it's because they want to be there with you. They're interested in you. They think, oh, he's pretty good looking, or whatever the case may be, or he makes me laugh, and blah blah blah. Um, I don't think you should try. taking you were saying earlier, like, oh, maybe I should take some, like, more of my girl, like, friends that are girls out to dinner and to try to make myself feel more comfortable. I don't think you should, because those are your friends, right? And it's not going to be the same. I think if you really want to try, you just take every girl you possibly can get out on a date. Go for coffee. All right. Go for a coffee or a drink. I don't think you should take them out to dinner every time. That's going to get expensive, but go for a little coffee or a drink somewhere and just gain your experience there. The first 10 are going to be crappy because you're going to be nervous. You're going to be overthinking it and all of these things, like you already have been. But in due time, you're going to get better and better and better, and you're going to feel more confident. It's like, have you ever had like multiple job interviews, like within a few weeks at different places? Have you ever done that?
When I was younger, I've had my current job for 6 years now. So,
Okay.
just before my
good.
20th birthday, I've had a couple, but.
Okay. So you're really good at longevity. This is good.
Yeah.
But like when you first, like when you have, I remember when I was deciding to change my job just last year, and I had to go, like, it didn't take long, but I had to go on a few different interviews with a few different people, and it was all within the same company. And by the time I got to the super boss, right, super level of the high of the high of the high, by the time I got to them, I was so like the first interview felt nervous, but then by the time I got to like the 10th one with the super boss who made the ultimate decision, like I was so confident in everything that I had said because I just repeated myself for the last 10 times, right? So by the time I got to them, it was almost like I was just spitting it out, and it was like nothing. And I think that dating kind of gets the same way. You start, even you might even be using the same funny lines or little jokes or little tidbits, but once you realize it makes one person laugh or whatever, like you're gonna be like, oh, that was a good one that made somebody laugh. I'm gonna try that again next time. And eventually you just get more comfortable with it to the point where you're actually kind of getting bored because you're like, I need a little bit more here. This is the same as the last 10. So I think just getting out there and getting that experience and making it a point to do so, and then eventually you'll just kind of feel a little better about it. But I don't think, the thing with you is I don't think you have much to worry about. I mean, you're very kind, you're very calm, you seem very genuine and all of these things. Like, unless you're like a horrible looking person, I think you're going to be just fine, and by the way that your voice sounds, I don't think you are. I think you're probably like at least a reasonable 6 or 7, at least. So I think you're going to be just fine if you just own it and stop worrying about whatever these girls are going to think about you. If they, oh, did I lose him again? He kind of went blank. I think he cut out. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
There you are. There you are.
I was gonna say, is there any way LFA can throw up, if I maybe send a photo somewhere, LFA can throw up a photo of me?
I mean, you're welcome to cam up if you want. You don't have to by any means, but I'm sure you're probably a reasonably good-looking guy, right?
Well, I was gonna say, like, I've had a few comments, from women, and the girl that I was just out with recently. Like, I wear glasses, but like a lot of girls I notice, if I take off my glasses for any period, like, they're like, oh, I could see them smile, or like, to be like, you're handsome without the glasses on, like, and just even small comments like that help me feel better, because on my end, it's definitely like I have confidence issues with women.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
I love glasses, for the record. Like, my boyfriend he wears glasses, and like, I get mad when he takes them off. So, like, totally, glasses are a thing. They are like really a thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel like I'm a decent looking guy. Like, I'm definitely not ugly, what I mean? But I'm not a supermodel. Or not a model.
Okay, that tells me that tells me right there you're automatically a 7. If you're like, oh, I'm probably okay, that means you're being very humble about it. You're probably at least a 7 or 8. But I don't feel like you should be nervous about anything. I mean, we're not going to bite you. And if we do bite you, it's probably going to be in a way that you want to be bitten. But like, we're not going to bite you. The worst thing, my mom has the best advice. And she always told me the worst thing anybody can tell you is no. But if you don't ask the question, then the answer is always going to be no. So if you try to make a move on her during a date, okay, if she says, no, I'm not ready for that. Okay, the answer was no, no big deal, but you tried, right? And quite honestly, like, I don't know, like, I could only imagine if I was out on a date and I was into the guy that I was on a date with and he made a move on me, like, I have no reason to say, oh, no, I'm not ready for you to kiss me or hug me or put your hand on my hair yet. I would have no reason to say that because I'm into him. I want him to engage with me. I want him to touch me. I want him to kiss me, right? And if she does say, oh, I'm not ready for that, then you probably should look a little deeper and she's probably not into you to begin with. So, yeah.
Yeah, and like you said, like I'm in that environment. They agreed to come out because they're already into me in some way. You know what I mean? Like whether they find me attractive or whatever it might be, like they're willing to actually come out. So
Exactly. I mean, that to me, that gets you 70% in the door. You're already 70% there. And then like the other 30% is them just wanting to make sure that you are who they think you are. Like, okay, well, I'm interested. Let me see what else he's got, And that's when you break out being funny or being kind or being a gentleman. Chivalry goes very far. I will tell you that right now. And that's where they're it's personality matching at that point, But otherwise, if they've already agreed to go out on a date, they're already into you. They already think you're attractive and they already have some considerations for that. So you're already 70% there. What are you worried about? Finish it. Like Mortal Kombat. Finish her. Yes. But yeah. Feel better?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
Good. LFA, I think we've summed that one up. I hope it was well.
Okay, cool. So Anthony, do you want to cam up? The chat out here is pretty excited. They want to see you. If you don't want to, you don't have to, but they just want to see who's talking.
Why do they want to see me so bad?
Because you're the man. You're the man of the hour.
The ladies.
And
you don't
Sarah
have
will
to.
put on her green. She'll put her green lingerie on for you if you cam up.
No, I'm not gonna go. I'm not cam up.
You absolutely do not have to. Do not feel pressure by any of these internet morons. It's okay.
Hey, we're not morons.
Not you.
Now, Sarah,
the other moron.
The other one. Sarah, you mentioned boyfriend to this gentleman.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't want to take. Hold on, I don't want to take it away from our little friend Andrew here because this is
Anthony.
Oh, I'm sorry, Anthony. But yeah, we're on Anthony right now.
Oh, sorry. I want to find out about your situation. He's a virgin. We want to find out.
We can talk about that later. But Anthony's here for help, and we are here to provide it.
Yes, sir. They're a little bit disappointed, Anthony.
Anthony, why are you a virgin still?
Well, to be honest, I feel like during high school and even once I got out of high school, I was just very quiet and kept to myself. And it's only been like the last couple of years where I've been like more social with people. And I feel like that's really what's got me like not really talking to a lot of girls at this point at my age.
Okay. Do you think your T levels could be down? Because when I was your age, I was horny and shit. Like I would think about sex every fucking 30 seconds. So I don't understand. Like I couldn't have gone as long as you and being a virgin. I would have been an axe murderer.
I just think it's the lack of putting myself out there.
Have you checked? Have you had a blood test and had your T levels checked? I think
No.
your T levels might be 300-400. Then I mean, do you have any idea what your T levels are?
No, I don't.
Because I'll tell you why. I'm only saying it because normally a guy who's 26 would have wanted to get laid by now because his hormones would be raging with testosterone, his T levels would be high. By the way, LFA, I had my T levels checked. They're 717, okay? So mine are high at my age. So I'm curious, like, it's just hard for me to imagine. Isn't it for you, LFA? I don't know about Sarah. She's not a guy, but it's hard for me to imagine a guy going 26 with a high T level. Like, caller, if you had high T levels, I would think your T levels would force you to want to be with a woman. So have you thought about getting your T levels checked out?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I should, but like the thing is, like, you know, I want to be with a woman, but I just feel like for me, the lack of putting myself out there and making the effort to try to sleep with a woman.
Yeah, but low T levels lead you not to make the effort.
Carrie. So what Carrie's saying is, you know, some guys, like I'll be honest, myself, when I was in like literally like middle school, I was prioritizing trying to get laid over getting a girlfriend. So I was just like putting myself in positions where I was like able to get laid, where I was trying to get laid, or at least like be making out with girls or like, you know, doing things like that. And that's why it happened for me, you know, because I was actively like, I wanted it so bad. I would be like, you know, trying like hell to make it happen. But you seem to prioritize like getting to know a girl, like a relationship, right?
Yes.
So you're not necessarily like, you don't wake up every day thinking, I want to get some pussy today. You wake up and you're just like, no, seriously. And I mean that. And Carrie, you know what I'm talking about. Like a normal guy that's 26 wakes up thinking that every day. Right.
I wake up at my age thinking about it.
Yeah. Okay. So that's where Carrie's coming from. But, you know, maybe he just prioritizes other things. But I guess testosterone could play a role. I don't necessarily think that you're unhealthy.
Well, like, I guess the best way to put it is like, I would love to sleep with a girl finally, but I don't feel like I make the effort to get to meet enough women and you know, like actually make the effort to try to sleep with them.
Do you watch porn? Sorry. This is important. This is an important question. Do you watch porn?
Of course he does.
Yeah, I do.
Every day?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Every single day. Good amount of week.
That's your problem, bro. That's your problem. Get out of the porn shit.
Yeah.
More than once a day? More than once a day?
No.
Okay.
In the morning or at night?
Usually at night. No, I'm working.
I mean, no, I'm just saying because like porn is the equivalent to having sex. So if you woke up every day and you had sex with a girl, you wouldn't really be trying to fuck other girls that day. So if you wake up every day and you're watching porn, you're not going to be motivated to talk to girls and try to have sex. That's all I'm saying.
So you truly feel like quitting the porn will help me like actually make the effort to go, you know, sleep with a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. If your goal was to go out to eat and you never go out to eat because you're never hungry and you're never hungry because you always eat before you leave the house, would you ever go out to eat?
No.
It's just like they always say, never go shopping, or maybe you should go shopping. But you know, when you go, like when I'm full, I never feel like going shopping. I only feel like going shopping when I'm hungry, right? Think about it. Same with that, caller, Anthony.
Right.
I don't feel like going to the grocery store when I'm filled up. Fuck no. I don't want to eat food. So it's the same thing. If you go on a no-fap diet, I recommend for this guy he's perfect for no-fap, LFA and Sarah. You need a no-fap diet. I'm your doctor. I recommend, here's your prescription. It's like fasting, okay? Fasting, you don't want to just fast a month straight, or you want to start slowly. Start going one day without touching yourself down there. and then go 2, 3, 4 days. Try to build up to where you're going a week at a time, 30 days, 60 days. Try that. And I think not only will you have squirrels eating out of your hand, you might have had Sarah eating out of your hand too before she had the boyfriend. But not only will you have squirrels eating out of your hand, but you'll feel more motivated to talk to women because, like LFA says, you're on a more hungry stomach. You're not busting a nut in the morning and your sex drive's gone. So what you need to do is go on a no-fap diet. It's kind of like a keto diet or a carnivore diet. You go on a no-fap diet. I definitely recommend no-fap for you, for sure, because you know what fapping's for? Fapping is for married guys who basically, you know who the perfect guys are who jerk off a lot and who should jerk off? Married men whose wives are so fat now they don't want to bang them, or guys stuck in a sexless marriage who have no other choice. That's what jacking off is for. But guys who are not in that situation, you know, or a guy who's in the military, he's overseas, no women around, he's on a submarine, he needs to jerk off because there's 110 guys and one chick, and the captain's fucking the chick. That's what. There's certain cases to jerk off. You know what I'm saying? If you're on a submarine on a deployment for 6 months and there's only one chick or two chicks on there and they're officers and they're fucking the captain, obviously you're going to have to jerk off, right, LFA? But these guys that are not on a submarine, these guys that are not stuck in sexless marriages, there's no reason for you guys to be doing that so often. I recommend you cut down your jerking off to once every 30 days. Minimum.
Wow.
You shouldn't be
That's a
jerking
ton
off.
older, but
And you know what?
We appreciate that, Carrie. We appreciate that. No, so yeah, I mean, Carrie does have a point. So
Yeah,
if you are like any man out there, if you go a week without getting a nut, you're going to be like a raging bull and you're going to want to go out and get it. So that is good advice. You know, you do want to take that seriously. But with that being said, you still, you know, as a virgin, you're still not going to have the, what's the word I'm looking for?
The vajayjay, the real thing, the vajayjay.
I mean, if you want to get laid, you have to be able to like take control and be the dominant one in the interaction. Like women don't want to be like the dominant one. They want you to kind of know what you're doing. And being a virgin, you don't know what you're doing, obviously. So that's why I say your best path is to get with a girl that's not super motivated by sex and somebody that wants a relationship. You know, if you can find like a 21-year-old girl that is like not superficial, she's like an emotional girl, so to say, and she's just looking for, you know, some sort of commitment, that would be your best bet. But you do have to get out there and meet girls. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. Do you feel like?
Can I ask one more question? Anthony, are you open to trans women? Because
hey, he was shut up, Carrie. He was about to ask something.
Do you feel like in
Go ahead,
my
Anthony.
experience, I'm in a situation that, and by the way, no trans, no.
Okay.
Do you feel like dating apps would be a good source for me?
I mean, it's 2023, so people use them. I'm not somebody that says that you shouldn't use them because I go on the apps, I see hot girls, I see girls that look like they're nerdy, girls that look, you know, all different types of girls. Some of them are whores, some of them are gold diggers, but you're going to find that anywhere. In 2023, I think everybody that's single uses the apps. So yeah.
Yeah, because I was thinking about it. I don't have a dating app set up at all, and I've been thinking about doing it.
No, I've used them. I'm sure Sarah's used them. I'm sure here in the chat, just about everybody's used them. I don't know if Carrie's used them, but he's kind of older, but most people use them. I bet you Beautiful Life is on dating apps. Adriana Flowers, all of the people like that here.
And it's nice because especially if you're trying to kind of like gain practice, that's the perfect place to get it because you can like knock out date after date. And even in the conversation pre-date, you know, like messaging and all this. And I'm not going to lie, like it's going to be hard on your end. For me, I'm a girl. It's easy. Like the DMs fill up and I have my selection. For you, you're a guy. It might be a little bit harder, but don't let it get you down. Just try your best at it and take every date you can get. Doesn't matter. Just go on the date and it'll kind of like give you that boost of practice, you know, just take it.
I wanted to ask like another question as well in regard to like women. Like I feel like if I'm talking to a girl, like I feel like I get like very overly invested into them, and I don't feel like that's good for me. So like, do you guys have advice on like if I'm talking to a girl, like the girl I was just going out on the 2 dates with, like even after the second date, like even though I didn't really do much and she didn't really reciprocate too much to me, like or she didn't do much to me like on a date, like I'm like beginning to like gain some type of like emotional attachment.
Can I address that?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's why, Anthony, you need a girlfriend, because if you're already emotionally attached to her now, you can imagine if you had sex with this girl, right? You'd be like a puppy dog. She'd never be able to get rid of you. Am I correct? Think about it. So you've got to be with a girlfriend. I'll tell you why. Otherwise, if you just hook up with a chick to lose your virginity or something, you're going to get your heart broken. So your best bet is, like I had a friend in high school and he lost his virginity by going to a hooker. I'm not recommending that for you, but I'm saying you don't want to. Here's how I recommend. You want to lose your virginity either to a girlfriend in a loving relationship. The next way I would recommend a professional. And the last way would be just hooking up with some random chick. You don't want to lose your virginity that way because you're more likely to get, it'll fuck with your head. So you're going to, in fact, you know what? I think the first girl you have sex with, you might even marry. So at your age, you may want to find a girl who's serious.
No, that's a good point. Are you religious?
I'm not overly religious now.
No, no religion at all.
No, I'm Christian.
Christian.
Yes.
So why don't you abide by that? Like Christians are supposed to wait till they're married to have sex. Like you could steer that in a dominant way too. That would still be attractive. Like if a girl is like when you were on the date with that last girl and she brought up sex, you could say like, I'm a Christian. What are you talking? Like, just like play that role. Be like, what are you trying to do to me? I'm a Christian, you know, play it off like you're not, okay. Like it's a badge of honor, you know, like it's something that separates you from other guys. You know what I mean?
I got you. And it's a way to like respond to that without like seeming weird.
Yeah.
Like,
It's responding with integrity rather than insecurity. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Like I would play that card hard. You know who Tim Tebow is?
Quarterback.
Yeah, an NFL football player.
Yeah.
He's, you know, 6'4" Giga Chad ladies man. He lost his virginity at like 26, something like that. He waited till he got married.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and he didn't care. Like nobody could bully him about it because he was just like, this is my religion. This is what I do. And all the girls loved him. But, you know, he just didn't care. He was going to wait till he fell in love with a girl and he got married. So you're not the only one.
Biggest thing is,
what is it?
yeah, I was saying the biggest thing is just like for me, like, it's very embarrassing. Like, how do you know?
Can't hear you.
Say some guy friends to talk girl. Can you hear me?
Hang on. No, we can't hear you. Okay. Count to 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. You're good. Go ahead and say what you were going to say.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, if I'm ever with a group of guys and they're thinking about girls and like experience they've had with them, I'm just very awkward and like embarrassed, you know, if they ask you. You know, I'm just overall like being a virgin. I just go ahead.
We can't hear you.
Did we lose him?
I think so. No, he's still on there. We just can't hear him.
Just give him a second. He'll be back.
Yeah.
Do what you press Sarah. Find out what's going on in her life. It sounds like
Add
Sarah,
me. Add me to what?
I thought you were going to speed date the guy.
No, he doesn't need to speed date.
He needs you to take his virginity is what he needs. Well, in the meantime,
no, thank you. That young man will be just fine on his own, finding a girl.
Hey guys, I'm sorry, I'm back.
Yay! Thank God.
Yeah. So what were you saying?
I was gonna say, yeah, like when I'm ever in an environment like with friends and talking about girls and the experience they've been with girls, and like say they'll ask me about it, and like I always feel very embarrassed, and that's why for me, it's just like I don't know, being a virgin is just very difficult to deal with, like in like a pride type of way, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So again, you need to frame it in the form of integrity. Like it's not necessarily a bad thing that you're a virgin. Like it in a way it separates you, it puts you ahead of other people.
Can we take out the necessarily out of that? Like, it is not a bad thing that you are a virgin. It's not necessarily it is not a bad thing that you are a virgin.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
It's a great thing. Own it.
Why do you guys say that then? Like compared to people that are my age, like, I have a friend I know that, he's 25. He's probably been with like 40 girls. Like, do you feel like, yeah. Like, do you feel like for me, it's like why do you feel like it's good?
So I'll just give you my experience. When I was inexperienced, like when I was a teenager, I fell in love with girls very easily, like to a point where had I played things right, I could have been with like my first love for my whole life. But as time went on and my body count got higher, my ability to like fall in love with girls went down. And I mean that. A lot of people don't talk about that. A lot of people disagree with that. But for me, that's kind of what happened. So like as my body count went up, some people say this is a good thing because like I was less naive, I was less sensitive, but that sensitivity is a good thing. Like if you are a virgin and you meet a girl that's a virgin, then the two of you can make a strong connection. You know what I mean? Whereas if you have a body count of 40 and she has a body count of 40, you're going to struggle a little bit.
I got you with that.
Yeah. So you sort of have an advantage in that area. Shout out to Christina DK with the super chat. She says, thanks for liking my idiocracy. LOL. We don't view you as idiocracy. Usually you have a few drinks in you when you call in and, we understand. We know. No, yeah, I think it's you have an advantage in that area. What do you think, Carrie?
I think he does because you're right. Because a guy, if you've gone to age 26, my thinking is you're going to be so pussy with the first woman you're with that you might as well stick it out with her because you're already 26. Where are you going to go? You know what I'm saying? It's not like you know what? If you've gone to age 26, 30 plus, if you're 26 plus, guys, and you're a virgin, I highly recommend that the woman you lose your virginity with, you marry at that point, or at least become girlfriend, boyfriend with, or something. Don't you agree? In other words, do it in a because guys, if you're 26 and you haven't been laid yet, you're gonna be so easily pussy whipped by the first woman that comes along that you should be very discreet who you give your seed to. Don't you agree, LFA? He should, at this point, he has saved and preserved something that he might as well give it to a special woman, I think. That's my thinking. But if you can't find a special woman, me personally, if I was 26, I'd go pay for a hooker if I hadn't been laid. But that's me. But in his case, he's not me. I think he should just stick to his game plan and just, because he's easily, see what happens to these guys, LFA and Sarah, they're so easily pussy whipped. And I mean so easily.
Well, that's why I feel like I get like emotionally attached so easily.
Maybe in the beginning, but once you start like, and I'm telling you, like once you eventually do decide that you want to have sex with a girl and like maybe you're in a relationship with her, let's say it lasts for a year, XYZ, and then you break up. And then after that, it's going to be like nothing because you've already gained all of that experience with that one girl that any girl after that, it's going to be like a cakewalk. It's just going to roll, and I think that like, I cherish the fact that you're a virgin, like virginity now beyond 20, it's you're a unicorn. And most girls will say like if you're dating an older woman, like somebody that's like 2 or 3 years older than you, she might be a little hesitant at the idea that you're a virgin, but at the end of the day, she's going to gladly take it.
Yeah. You know what I think
she's going to take
it
it
is?
from you.
I think it has to do with the lack of confidence that being a virgin brings. But like myself, if I could like snap my fingers and be a virgin again, but have the confidence and sort of the experience that I have now, I would play that card so hard. Like I would tell girls, I'd be like, I'm a virgin. And I'd be like, yeah, I'm a virgin. You're going to be my first. Like I would use it on all of them. Well, I mean, that wouldn't work if it's all of them. But I mean, if you're confident about it, then they're going to perceive it as something that's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like if you're passionate about your virginity, then, and almost like it's something, losing it is something that's special to you and you don't even really want to lose it, then that's going to like inspire them to put effort into taking it from you. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And let me make a point. When I talk about him being pussy whipped easily, hey, at 65, Anthony, I could be just as easily pussy whipped if I banged a 25-year-old. Think about it. So
yeah,
even in I'm just kidding. I couldn't be, but I'm just saying.
The girl
saying,
I lost my virginity to was older than me, and she had a pretty decent body count already. I'm going to be honest, like, and she liked the fact that I was a virgin. Like she thought it was like she found it attractive. When a girl's attracted to you, she's going to find everything about you to be attractive anyways. So
well. And keep in mind that women are more emotional when it comes to sex too.
Yeah.
So if it's something that's special to you, AKA your virginity, like we're going to seep into that. And it's like, oh my God, it's precious. And like, you're allowing me to do that. And you're choosing me to take that. This is a special moment. We got to get the candles out. We got to do this. We got to do that. Like we're going to go all out.
Like you say you say for women, like, sex is more emotional for women, but I feel like for me, when it would be my first time, it'd be very emotional for me because it's my first time.
Exactly. But that's why she's going to be more delicate with you. That's exactly why she's going to like treat it more special. And you're not just a lay at that point. Like she's going to be like, oh my God, this is his first time. And she's going to show you every freaking move she has because she wants to make sure you get it all. So, and even if you blow within 3 minutes, like she's still going to wait until you come back round to show you the rest of the moves that she's got because she wants to make sure that you get the full package deal.
Even if Sarah, what did you say? Even if he what's in a few minutes?
Even if he blows within 3 minutes.
No.
Like,
let me rephrase it. Even if he blows within a few seconds, not minutes.
Yeah,
what are you
true.
Minutes?
You're so right. You own me on that one. Yeah. Even if you
I know that.
Listen,
that's what I'm really nervous
it's gonna
about too.
But listen,
you're thinking of a guy, Sarah, you're thinking of a guy like
Linda,
me a few minutes. You're thinking of me.
It's gonna be Anthony, it's gonna be short-lived. Real quick, that first little gist, all right? She's gonna just so much as get naked and you might blow it. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. We take those as trophies. Those are trophies for us.
Ooh.
Like that to me is like, I got naked and touched you and you blew. Go me.
Ooh.
All right. Okay. What is most important is the ability to get it back going again, which you're young. You're not going to have any issue with this. You get it back going again. And then now that you've already blown, right, then you're going to be able to like go for a very long time after that. For round 2 is always like, woohoo! And that's when she's going to be doing reverse cowgirl, on her knees, this, that, bend me over, X, Y. She's going to be busting out everything she possibly can because now it's a challenge to get you to blow again.
Oh,
all right.
God, you are
So
graphic.
I'm telling you, it's okay. Don't, and like the minute that happens, because it's going to be 1 minute, right? Like,
You know, I
1
forgot
minute.
how nasty you were, Sarah. I fucking forgot
The
how
minute
fucking
that
nasty you were.
happens, it's okay. Let it happen and own it and be like, damn, all right. Just give me about 120 seconds. I'll be right back
Are
up
you
and running
describing,
again.
Sarah, are you describing what happened between you and your boyfriend last weekend? Is that what you're describing?
Look, that motherfucker goes for multiple
Oh
rounds,
my
okay?
God.
Shut up, Carrie.
Any other virgins want to call in?
So, guys, I wanted to ask, right, overall, regarding my experience and, like, you know, maybe my confidence issues a bit. Do you feel like for me, I'm better off trying to find a girlfriend and then having my first experience with, having sex for the first time with her instead of like just trying to find somebody random for it?
No.
Yeah.
I don't think you should try to find somebody random. I think you should, especially because it sounds like it means something to you. So you should make it mean something, right? So find the girl that you want to share that with, somebody that you're willing to be vulnerable with, because having sex is a very vulnerable experience. Like, you're naked and things get gross and gritty and all over the place. And it can be very uncomfortable if you're not with the right person. And I think that if you're with the right person and like there's fluids everywhere and there's stuff going on and like blah blah
Let her
blah
talk.
blah.
Let her
like
talk.
Thank
Sarah.
you. I think
What
that
kind of fluids? Tell them what kind of fluids, Sarah.
there's also, Carrie, you know anatomy. You're 65 years old. You get this. But I think that like you want to make sure that you're with somebody that you could be comfortable with and you're open to that vulnerability. Like, it's just, it happens and it's going to happen. And these are natural things that happen, and you got to be willing to let it happen with somebody that you're open to. Because if you're uncomfortable,
but Sarah, how do you recommend he's ever going to learn how to eat a vajayjay out? How does a guy like that ever learn that?
Go to Playing with Fire. Indian PE has a pussy licking video apparently on there. But outside of that, maybe LFA can give you some private guidance. I don't know. He seems like a guy that might know what he's doing. I don't know.
Well, hey, you should tell Indian PE not to put that on YouTube because they've been taking out channels for that.
It's not like a show all tell all. It's more of a maps and guidelines, apparently. I don't know. I never saw it, but I know it's out there.
Yeah.
I saw it. It's weird. It's really weird. It's kind of cringe in a way, the way he shows you this stuff.
You know, a good place to learn from is lesbian porn. Lesbian
That's
porn.
not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea, actually. But in any event, like if you're gonna go down in liquor, like it's really not that hard. You got to read the room, though. If she starts grabbing onto your hair and pulling you or touching your head and pushing you in more, you're doing fine. If she's silent, maybe you need to do something different. If her pelvis is moving all around, whether she's a moaner or not doesn't matter, but if her pelvis is moving, like I think you'll be.
Sarah, what if she squirts?
Carrie, that is the least of his problems.
He's trying to figure out how to get her panties off, let alone anything else.
But I will say, Anthony, you do need to observe the fact that since we're on the topic, like you can't just lick it and stick it and go, right? Like you do need to warm her up. So when you do get to that moment when you're ready with a girl and you do want to have sex with her, like, you do need to warm her up. You can start that with fingers or mouth, either way, but you have to start her off, and she'll probably reciprocate XYZ, but like, it's, you know, you can't just, you're not just going for the full shebang bang.
So if you didn't have a boyfriend right now, do you think you might date him? Give him a chance if he was close by.
Honestly, you know, Carrie, Ashley probably would. Ashley likes them young, but I don't like the younger ones. It's not that I don't like them; it's that I don't prefer them. You know, I tried. I think he was actually 24, maybe 22 or 23. 22. He was 22, and I was
22.
like, it just felt weird. It just felt weird.
Recently?
It was
How
weird.
long ago? How long ago?
I don't even remember. It was like, it probably, yeah, I think it was last winter, maybe.
Okay.
I mean, the 20 somethings, man, they like flock to me like white on rice at the bars. I don't know why. I don't know how, but they do. Like, they just come crawling out of the woodworks. And I don't know. I can't get with it. But and Anthony, that's nothing against you, honey bun. Like, it's just,
None taken,
I'm
all good.
30. Yeah. Like, I'm 36. Like, it's just, to me, I don't want, like, I'm a mom. Like, I don't want to mom another person. Like,
I have a question for LFA, if he doesn't mind.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Do you mind explaining, like, you know, your first time having sex with a woman? Like, what was your experience like leading up to it? Like, how did it really get to that for you, where you were able to, you know, have sex with her?
Well, we were drinking and stuff, and she was like, she kept saying that I was teasing her, and I wasn't teasing her. I don't know what the fuck she was talking about. But like, I was holding out is what she was saying, like, you know, and then I don't know. We just ended up going upstairs and doing it. And it was awfully warm in there. It was a good experience. I didn't know what I was doing, but you know, it was fun.
Where was it warm? What was warm?
Carrie. I'm not going to go into details about it. Like, I don't want to do that.
Harry always wants the details. He lives vicariously through other people's sex stories.
The room was warm. The bedroom was warm.
Yeah. No, it was many years ago. I mean, it was well over 20 years ago. I don't know. It was just, okay. The girl I had been seeing for like a few weeks.
You sucked her into it.
What are you talking about?
Carrie's over there asking for details. Anyways, 20 years. God, it has been 20 years.
Yeah.
Since like we were in high school.
Yeah, I'm getting old. I was 17 years old 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh
my God.
Sarah, it's been 20 years for you, right?
Yeah. Yeah, for mine, yeah.
I remember I had like a thin beard that like there wasn't much. It was like peach fuzz on the face, and she was playing with it, and
he drew it in with a marker.
Yeah, and she was like making comments about the way I look and stuff, and I don't know. It was just like she wanted to do it, so we did it. I don't know. Wasn't that exciting? It was for me because it was my first time, but you know, compared to some of the experiences I've had after that, it pales in comparison.
Mine was I was the catcher for the softball team, and he was the catcher for the baseball team, and we were like BFFs. We were chill as fuck, and it just like it wasn't even like on purpose. It just kind of like happened, and it like we were friends, so it wasn't even like like we weren't boyfriend, girlfriend. It wasn't, it just happened. And then I was like, okay. But yeah, it wasn't anything special or anything meaningful. Like, I don't know. It was weird.
How old were you?
I was 16.
Okay. Who initiated it, him or you?
I think it was him. Yeah, it was him.
You have to
We were at
hold on.
we were at my house. And we were just sitting there chilling. Like we were just sitting there talking like we always did, like just chilling. And then next thing I know, he was like making out with me, and I'm like, okay. And then it just went from there.
And it only had, he wasn't your boyfriend, was he?
No, we were like BFFs. Like we were so chill. Like we were just really cool friends in high school. Like it wasn't, I didn't feel like there was any type of sexual things going on, you know. I can't speak for him obviously, but like I just thought we were cool. Like we always hung out, we always got together, like we were both the catchers, like it was like our thing.
And you never friend zoned him, did you? You never put him in the friend zone, right?
No, I mean we were just always cool. Like I wasn't like into him. I think just in that moment, I think we were cool. I went along with it and it just happened. I don't know.
You know what? It's a great story. You know why? Because it's giving hope to a lot of guys out there who are kind of in that limbo friend zone. Guys, listen to her story. It's possible that you could fuck these women you're in the friend zone with. You're not going to get a virgin like Sarah was. He was lucky to get you. Can you imagine that? He was in the friend zone. She lets him out of the friend zone, and he manages to get a virgin. That's rare. You're not going to let that happen, guys. But Sarah, don't you agree that some of these guys in the friend zone might have it? I mean, it's a small chance, but some of them do have a chance of getting out.
Okay, but in high school, so high school is very different. And LFA, maybe you agree with me on this one, that in high school, guys and girls can be best friends without being boyfriend and girlfriend or interested in each other. I feel like in high school, like that's where you develop your groups and your social dynamics and all those things. What are you opening over there?
Pizza. You've got pizza.
No, this company sent me this thing. It's a light.
This thing.
Yeah, it's like a
weird
video. It's like a light that, so you clamp this to the desk, and this is going to be a light that lights up.
Man, Amazon delivers really late for you.
Wow.
But I think in high school, I think the friend zone is like a gray area and doesn't always necessarily exist, because people are like at that age, you're only just discovering these concepts, right? So now, if we were 25 and he was, and I said, oh, he's my best friend, totally different story. He's been friend zoned, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He would have never gotten past first base, right? Like totally two different things. But in high school, I think you can have friends that like are male and female and vice, whatever. Like I think that it's just a social dynamic.
You're in class with people, so of course they're going to be your friends, obviously.
Exactly. Like that's what I'm saying. Like it's like having
job.
coworkers. Yeah, exactly. But
And
it
you're
just,
bound to
I don't know. It just ended up to, turning out like that. It wasn't, I mean, I don't regret it. It wasn't like a bad thing necessarily. It just kind of like opened a whole world to me, but.
Weren't you worried about getting pregnant at all? Did you practice safe sex with the guy?
Yeah, it was safe.
Did you?
Jesus, Gary. Well, I didn't have a kid at 16 years old. So I think I'm all right. I think we can all agree that it was safe.
Okay, so guys, what she's saying is she let him go bareback. That's it. She said. That's okay, because you know, young guy, was he a virgin too?
I think so.
Did you ever find out, Sarah? Sarah, was he a virgin?
Well, he was a couple years older than me. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't think we ever talked about that.
Never said. He never said to you, you might. Then he wasn't a virgin. If he was a virgin, he would have said to you, he was a virgin. He would have said, "Look, you're a virgin. I'm a virgin."
But I
But he
didn't say I was.
obviously-
I didn't say at that point that I was a virgin.
But he knew. He could tell.
Maybe I don't know. We were just always chill. That's all I know. We were always like chill, and we were cool, and it just kind of like he had come over to my house that night. We were just like kind of hanging. I forget where my parents were. They were out that night.
Did you do it a second time? Was
Huh?
that the only? Did you do it again? Or was it just one time?
No, we only did it the one time.
Why?
Why? Well, okay, I'll tell you why. Because the next day he went and told all of his friends at school, and and LFA might be a little more relatable to this, maybe, but the school I went to was an extremely tiny school. There were 72 people that graduated with me. So it was a really small school. So the next day he went and told like, I don't know, 2 or 3 people. And by the end of the day, everybody at the school had known by word of mouth that I had done this with this person. And I never had sex with another person in high school ever again. And I was like, that's the end of that. I'm going for the college boys. And thus began my love for the older men.
So if he wouldn't have told people, you probably would have hooked up with him again, right?
Probably, but like he opened his fucking mouth and like, you know, I'm sitting there at lunch and people are like walking by talking about like, oh, stir and pull, you know, like, nah, bitch, nah. That ain't gonna fly with me.
Let me give a quick shout out to QB Passport Flexin.
Oh, QB is here. QB, are you gonna jump on? Because I would love to. Like
he says Sarah is awesome. He thinks you're awesome. QB, come on up. I got a question for you, QB, about something. Let's get
QB, you know why QB loves me? Because my last News from the Manosphere episode released, and it included him, and he was adorable in it. Speaking of LFA, did you see my last episode, by the way?
No.
LFA, it featured you twice.
Really?
Can we watch it now?
Oh,
Can we watch it now?
It's 10 minutes. I'll give you fair warning on that one.
Hang on.
I mean, I'm okay with you if you play it, but I'm just fair warning to you. The full
LFA,
thing
you're
is
at the
10
beginning.
minutes.
You're at the beginning, LFA. You know she would put you at the beginning, right?
No, he's not at the beginning at all. he's at the middle and the end. But the end, like I had so much good feedback on it. Everybody's like the LFA thing. Oh my god. You got to give me more of those, honey bun. I need more.
Yeah.
It was so good. Even my mom. Oh, LFA, can I get one thing from you?
What's that?
Can you just say hi, Sarah's mom?
Yeah, hold on.
Oh my god.
Hi, Sarah's mom.
Carrie.
Hi, Sarah's mom.
But she always tunes in, even if I'm not on here.
Your mom does?
Oh my god, she loves you. Yes.
That's crazy.
Why?
How old is she?
Well, I'm 36, Carrie.
This message is sponsored in part by Brent and Chad. When you're ready to show up at the next event with Prince Charming on your arm, we've got a list full of hotties for you to choose from. Also, check out our other branches to include Rent a Stacy, Rent a Chad Light, and Rent a Friend. Talking not included. Fake Rate. We will provide the highest and fakest face ratings so that you can show off to your friends just how symmetrical your face is. Results provided by P Pancakes. TRT for me. When you don't have enough muscle, this personal security crew will bring it all so you can run your mouth off all night. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Men's Ego Network, where the women only want men with status and the men are all self-proclaimed ballers. I'm the Raging Tomato here reporting to you live the news from the Manosphere. You're watching The Tomato Stew. Starting off with some great news, Smash TV hosted its annual Simp Awards this week, with nominees such as Alex from Playing with Fire and Rolo Tomasi. To our surprise, QB Passport Flexin took home the biggest Simp Award. Koala bears around the world are celebrating this great victory.
Ooh.
Let's take a look.
We award this biggest Simp award. The gold, first place gold medal goes to QB Passport Simpin'. And it says across the top, because not only have you lost our respect, and across the bottom it says, you've also lost your dignity. And that's what QB has won.
Mom, I just won an Oscar.
How cute. As awards are being handed out for the biggest Simps, Hollywood actor Will Smith has taken it one step further with the release of his new movie, Hancock. As the box office numbers are soaring with Simps all over the world, men are quitting their alpha lifestyle and following in the footsteps of Will Smith himself, ensuring that they too can have their wives and girlfriends reminiscing about their days with Tupac and other men. It appears the Simps have taken over the world, flooding the inboxes of girls' Instagram accounts and sending all of their money to their favorite OnlyFans girls. Alphas must be protected at all costs from this Simpocalypse before we end up with a world full of thirsty men.
Ma, I can't believe it. No, I can't believe it, Ma. You'd never believe this, Ma. No, I went to a book signing. Yeah, a book signing. It was my book signing. Well, it's a picture book, but I got a book signing and all these Simps just showed up and I don't know. They started crawling all over me and gasping at me. They scratched me. They ripped my shirt. Oh, my God. I don't know what to do. There's all this sticky stuff all over me now. I don't know what to do with it. Yeah, no, they're at the window now. I don't know. I don't know what to do, Ma. Ma, listen to me. It was a picture book, Ma. For Christ's sake, you know I can't read.
With the attack of Simps all over, many men have been going into hiding in large groups of sub-5 women now that all of the 6 through 10s have been taken by all the Simps. Video footage has been found of John Zerka. Since none of the hot women want to reproduce with the Simps, our civilization now depends on the sub-5 women and morons like John to repopulate the earth. Let's check it out.
If we're the last people on Earth and we have to repopulate the Earth, who are you ladies choosing?
I'm not so sure how well that plan is going to work out. I'd rather watch the world burn than to see a bunch of baby Zerkers running around it. And Andrew Wilson from The Crucible is here live to give his input on the Simpocalypse. Andrew, if we have so few alpha males left, post-Simpocalypse, what do you suggest we do to repopulate the earth while avoiding a bunch of whiny Simp bitches as the dominating species?
I don't know, make breeding facilities probably.
You girls will serve the leaders and their barren wives. You will bear children for them.
Man, that sounds really familiar. Where have I seen that before? My producers have just informed me that more footage is surfacing as men who have pretended to be alphas tried going into hiding, but have been baited out by OnlyFans girls with false hope of promises to meeting up. Authentic alpha has been outed and caught simping harder than an incel eating Cheetos in his mama's basement. Let's check it out.
It's definitely been a while, guys. Haven't been on YouTube in 4 months. People think I'm unalive. I will be back. Not promising you when. Not promising you how soon.
I'm in a freaking screen. When I'm in screen, I am working.
So I'm used to. I'm sorry.
Enough said. Enough said. Don't worry. I can find your Instagram.
As many men are falling victim to simpism, LFA is here live to provide guidance to better assist men, getting them back to their alphahood. LFA, since the simps are incapable of acting like true alphas, is there a particular way they can at least dress in order to captivate the woman's attention long enough to get laid?
A nice pair of fucking Air Maxes, pair of fitted jeans, you know, nice fitted shirt that shows off your shoulders and your chest and, you know, whatever. I think you can get yourself to a level where you're at least, at the very least, banging fat chicks that work at Wendy's.
Thanks, LFA. It looks like there is hope after all. And it appears Donovan Sharp took LFA's advice and did in fact not only get laid, but was able to marry a girl too. Tuning in live, we have Donovan saying his best pseudo-alpha vows so that his buddies won't believe how much of a little bitch he actually is. Let's take a look.
I bring out the best in you, but you make me happy, you really do. I was happy before you, and if you and I decide to part ways for whatever reason, I'll be happy without you.
That's kind of a hit below the belt to his wife, though, isn't it?
Oh, it totally is. But like, she put herself out there.
No, yeah.
Like, I have nothing against her, honestly. It's his vows that I have the issue with. Like, if you listen, if you keep playing, like the shit that he said, I don't know if I can link you.
No, yeah, you're right. He's the ultimate, and I love his content. And back in 2019, 2020, when he was really coming on strong, he was like, he spearheaded the manosphere. Like, if it wasn't for him, a lot of these new people wouldn't be around, fresh and fit. He helped a lot of people elevate their YouTube careers. I've never shared a screen with him, but he's helped out a lot of people. So I'll give him credit where credit's due. But it is true that, you know, he claimed that his now wife's daughter was his like niece or nephew or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And and he would never touch a single mom and told all of his viewers not to deal with single moms. And then he married one.
She's like 49 and he says go younger. Like, she's exactly like, I have nothing against Devin by any means.
Yeah.
Like, I have nothing against her. And this Wendy's thing has nothing to do with her. She's not even in the picture in this actual shot. It's like the camera angle is actually just him. She's not even in this shot. I just put that in there because based on what you said, and I was like rolling with it and flowed from there. But like, I have nothing on Devin. But it's like this, like everything she said to him on her vows was so sweet and genuine and kind and thoughtful, and I love you and you're the best thing that happened to me. And then he comes back like, I'm happy, but I've always been happy, and I'll be happy before you and I'll be happy after you, but you're cool. Like, it's cool.
Yeah. Well, that's the sad part about that is that it's inauthentic and it's try hard and it's for the audience. It's not from the heart at all.
You just got to keep push and play because I call that out.
No. Yeah. I mean, but just to comment on that, like, guys out there, if you, and this is what we were talking about earlier in the videos too, and when I react to Manosphere videos, if you literally consider yourself legitimately lower than women, so you think you have to play games and display high value and, you know, go overboard to prove that you're above a woman, you, like, the rest of the world is laughing at you. Like, you look goofy. A man, okay, women naturally look up to men. We are literally taller than them. We are bigger than them. We are stronger than them. In most cases, more intelligent than them, especially when it comes to like mechanics and things that, you know, things that matter. But it's natural for women to look up to us. If they don't look up to you, that simply means you're just not that important. Like, you just aren't. So you shouldn't have to play games and try hard to look like or to present yourself as being above women. Like, it's such a stupid concept. You should just naturally, like, when a woman loves you and she views you as intelligent and strong and all that stuff, she automatically looks up to you. She's automatically feminine and submissive and all that stuff. You don't have to force it to happen. It just does.
Right.
Anyways,
And well, and let me add on to that. Like, she's very submissive. And if anybody wants to see the whole thing, go to Donovan Sharp, go to his live. There's actually a live of the whole thing. It's like 30 minutes maybe. And she kind of outs him without meaning to out him. But she's so sweet and so kind and so gentle and thoughtful. And then the shit that he said here, like, I pulled out just a few little tidbits, but the entirety of shit that he said, it like I played it to my boyfriend and he was like, "The fuck, seriously?" like
don't you think it makes him?
that?
Yeah, but don't you think it has the opposite effect? And I say nothing to disrespect the guy. I think he's a hell of an entertainer. He's charismatic as hell. He's very good on camera. He's very good on the microphone.
Yes,
Good at what he
I can
does.
appreciate him as a content creator.
Yeah. But don't you think the things that he says has the opposite effect of what he's intending it to have?
Well, it was like anybody that's normal, right? You can see that and be like, dude, that's so fake. It's stupid. Why are you even saying that?
Yeah. I mean, like, this is a stupid example, but the pastor of my church, he's kind of a big shot, right? He's a millionaire. He could have any woman that he wants, like any Christian woman, but he presents his wife as if he is so lucky to have her. Like, she built the business. She did everything.
Exactly.
And everybody knows it was him. She knows it was him. He knows it was him. Everybody watching knows it was him, but he doesn't say that because ultimately
she was still there.
Yeah. The fact that she was by his side the whole time and she was an inspiration, that does matter to him. So he genuinely means that when he's like, her being here was a big part of why I was able to do this. But
here's what I think to this. Because he had like quite a few of his little ghouls in the background during the ceremony. And I think he was like literally only saying this the way he said it because his boys were in the house. Right. And he's like, you make me so happy. But by the way, I was happy before you and I'll be happy if you leave. And so on and so forth. And I think that he like literally only said that because his boys were in the house and he didn't want to feel vulnerable in that moment to them and have them be like, bro, like, you're such a little bitch, like, blah, blah. But like, realistically speaking, if they were your boys, they'd be like, if that's your girl and she makes you happy as shit, then by all means, like, I'm down.
Yeah.
And I think he's just not recognizing that they would acknowledge that and love that fact. There's more to this. There's so much more worse. I pulled out the best pieces of it, but like, it gets worse. If anybody wants to tune in, go to Donovan Sharp's website or his YouTube channel, go to the live of the wedding. It's 30 minutes. It's terrible. But like, these are like the little tidbits that I pulled from it. It's bad.
Yeah, no, and I'm still a fan of him, but I just hate to see content creators get sucked into that so far that they think they have to be that all the time. They just don't realize how stupid it actually looks.
No, it really looked bad.
Yeah.
It really did.
Hold on. Sterling Archer says, LFA Myron said on a stream, it's a waste of a man's time to give a woman an orgasm. What's your opinion on that? I saw that. And no, I understand what Myron was saying. Babies aren't created by women having orgasms. They're created by men having orgasms. And that's a fact. So Myron comes from a Muslim background where they fuck to make babies. They don't fuck to have orgasms. So what he was saying was a fact. Like he wasn't wrong about that. But coming from the United States, it's almost like your ego is invested in her having an orgasm.
Mm-hmm.
So like, let's say your girlfriend had an ex-boyfriend that gave her an orgasm every time they had sex. And you're just like, fuck that. I'm never going to give this girl an orgasm. It's like your ego would take a hit. It's like she's had better.
Right.
You know, so, you know, from that standpoint, like that's just one way of looking at it. But also you want sex to be good. And when
you want sex to be great.
Great. Yeah. Well, but it's like having a conversation. If you're having a conversation with somebody and like one person isn't into the conversation, it's a shitty conversation. If you're having sex with somebody and one person isn't that into the sex, it's not good sex. So in order to make sure both people are into the sex, you have to be like at least pushing towards that orgasm for both people, right?
Right.
I don't know. I mean, that's my opinion, but whatever.
No, I agree. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, we'll get back to the video.
Continue.
I'm glad that I made you into the woman you are today.
Wow, those are the shittiest fouls I think I've ever heard. But dare I speculate, is it really all just for show? Donovan, how does it feel going home and having to put your dog collar back on when you get in the door?
Ooh, wee. That's how you're supposed to ask questions. Let's go, Sarah.
Thanks, guys. And now your favorite.
Wait, why'd they say Sarah?
It's time for...
Did you pull that from something else or do they?
But it was actually another news anchor that they were calling out for, because it's Sarah, what's her fucking name? But her name's Sarah. And she was calling out it was the baseball player with the assault accusation. I don't know if you recall it. It just happened recently. But they were talking about that, and it was the news anchor, Sarah something, I forget her last name. But she had an interview with the female that was making the accusations, and Sarah was calling this girl out left and right. And Avon Preach were like, Sarah this, Sarah that, Sarah that. And I'm like, I'm pulling it. I'm fucking pulling it. So I pulled it.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. I would have used it too.
Oh, yeah. It's great.
All right.
Treat roses, still be a treat roses.
President Pearl Davis, President of the United States of America.
Yeah.
Go ahead, wave to the camera real quick, Pearl.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Give him a wave. Hey, guys, vote for Pearl. How would you tackle this obesity epidemic in America?
I would ban plus size clothes.
Huh. So we'll just have a bunch of fat people running around naked?
It's Christmas time in Florida, a time when neighbors get together to share some holiday cheer. But at this Christmas party, some might say they share too much.
Hey, Frank's already naked.
Marion Higgins doesn't worry that her guests are stripping all the way down. In fact, she encourages it.
Man, what a genius idea Pearl has. I'm so thankful they're going to stop making clothes for overweight people. It'll solve all of our world problems. Well, that's it for this week, folks. Thanks for joining me on the Tomato Stew. Tune in next week for my lay count.
Are you ready to have sex with the girl of your dreams? Sign up for an LFA boot camp today. First 10,000 attendees will receive free bonus access to the hottest new revolutionary pickup techniques, custom made for each individual. You say it like this and you do it like that and you get the girl. And if that's not enough, first 5,000 attendees will receive my free ebook on how to moan like a real alpha male during sex.
That's my favorite part.
LFA, the dating coach you can trust. Handsome as hell. 16-inch dick. 22-inch dick when I'm pimping.
Oh my god. That
when I was a kid, I was in the gymnasium in my school. I can't remember what grade I was in. I might have been in the 5th grade or 6th grade, one of those 2 grades. And I recall this kid. I'm never going to forget his name. His name was Christian. And this kid bullied me for no reason, and I was a coward. I was scared. I was what you would define as someone who didn't defend himself when something negative happened to him. Now, bullies take many forms, many shapes. Why do they bully? I used to try to look at it the other way. I used to try to think, hey, you know what? Bullies probably have other things going on internally with them that make them act out in ways that they probably shouldn't. Maybe they have a really bad upbringing. Maybe they're really poor, or perhaps they don't have both parents in the household, or, maybe one of them beats them or mistreats them. And as a result, they implode and take their anger out on the rest of the world.
The moan, though, like the moan. Oh.
Yeah, not good.
Oh my God, it is my favorite part. Everybody, like, because I always ask everybody who, I send it out to, whatever. And my first question is, what was your favorite part? Right? Because that gives me pretty good feedback of where my peaks are. And every single one of them this round, including my mom, was LFA, the whole commercial thing at the end. And I'm like, okay. And it's always like the moan, though. The moan.
I kind of regret making that video.
No!
I made it a long time
Oh my
ago.
God, it was so hilarious. It was so perfect.
No, it was kind of lashing out, like, because I at the time I had when I months before I made that, it was a certain job that I had. It was like business executive type stuff. And I had, back then I wasn't like Manosphere, but I was making YouTube videos, and I made a rap song that was like really fucking bad. And I'm not a good rapper, but I was intentionally being vulgar to make up for the fact that I wasn't a good rapper.
Right.
And it was just to be funny. You know how it is when you're trying to get some
video-
clout. So you're doing whatever you can.
Is that video available?
No.
Damn it.
No. But they pulled me up in the office one day, and I didn't even know any of them knew of my YouTube channel. I was still trying to keep it a secret, and I had to sit there, and they played it, and I was just like it was just so humiliating, because it was like a clash of two worlds. Like this guy on the internet and my professional, and I didn't know that they knew about the two, but they found out, and it was they played it for me, and like I said, they sort of made me make a choice. So I privated things for a little while, but I ended up leaving, and that was like the first video after I left them that I made. It was like, I don't fucking care anymore.
No
I'm just
shit.
gonna say, I'm just gonna do anything. I'm just gonna say anything that I want. So I wanted them to see that. I wanted them to be like, what the fuck? 22-inch dick when he's pimping. Oh.
So I was like, because whenever I do my research, I go through everybody I'm subscribed through, and I was going through your stuff, of your last live. I always go through everything within the last week.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just kind of spinning through your last week's shit of whatever just happened. And I saw you had pulled up this clip, and I'm like, what clip is he pulling up? And then I noticed, and it's like, oh, and I'm like, where is this? I was so close to messaging you, because I was like, dude, I can't find this. It took forever for me to find it, and I couldn't, because when I tried to zoom in on what it was called or whatever, it just wouldn't show the letters, and I'm like, this is terrible. This is traumatic. But I finally found it, and I was so thankful, because I was like, oh my God, this is literally the make or break of this video. And you were the make or break of that video. The last episode, it was LFA just took the cake on that one. It was so perfect. I'm so thankful that you had a weird job experience and it turned into that, because I was like, how haven't I not seen this sooner?
Yeah, I mean, it was supposed to be over the top because, like, I think, and I understand there's a lot of pickup artists out there that do a pretty good job, like that
Mm-hmm.
teach guys. Like, if I was a guy that was just totally degenerate and my life was like going out to clubs 3 nights a week and trying to get laid, there's probably some pickup artists that would be beneficial, that would help me get better numbers, right?
Right.
But I just thought the shit was so corny, and I think of the guys that sign up for it. So that's why I was saying, like,
Oh,
Moon, like a real,
I totally understand the parody to it. I like
yeah,
when I saw it, I was like, this is total sarcastic asshole. I love it.
no,
I felt like I could have made that video if I were a dude. Like if I were you, I would have made that video because it
yeah,
was so parody style. It was great. Or satire. I'll say that.
yeah. I used to do what you do and what like V-Taper does, like not necessarily like a newscaster, but I would play characters. Like I wasn't myself, I was somebody else. Like
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was the way, but I don't know. When I just started being myself, I started getting like hundreds of thousands of views. So again, that's something that you're going to want to do. Like
I like the character thing. Like,
yeah,
and here's how I look. Something that I realized about myself with the YouTube thing. Like, I have a small channel right now, and that's okay. But I have a strong presence everywhere else. Like, I'm looking at everybody. Okay, this helped me realize this the other day when Kings of Dreams called me, and he's like, "Yo, girl, I just saw you were on LFA, XYZ, blah blah blah. I want to talk to LFA, but I also want to talk to PWF, blah, blah, blah. Can you hook me up?" And I realized, I'm like, is he calling me because I'm the connector between these two? Yes, he is. Like, because, I'm all over the place, and even more so, like, I'm so well networked around and I have a strong presence in 100K plus people's channels. I can have a small channel. That's okay. But my presence is still strong. And I'm okay with that. Like I
yeah,
know
but
that
you don't want to be a feature on other people's channels. You want to
that's
be
okay. That's okay right now. That's okay right now.
you want to be a
Like
fucking superstar. Like I ideally, okay, here's the thing. And a lot of people don't want to admit this, but when they go on YouTube, everybody knows being a YouTuber out in the real world is kind of fucking a headache. It's kind of like, it's almost like, fuck, yeah, I do that. And it's
yeah.
like people watch your shit and you're like, it's
Yeah,
almost like,
I mean my dad watches my episodes, which is why
yeah,
they've kind of cleaned up a little more.
right. So
There's certain ones I'm like, you can't watch that one. Nope.
yeah. So people will play it off like, I'm okay being small. I'm okay not getting that many views, but you're already out there and the people that know you already know you're out there. So what does the rest of
Right.
the world matter? And there's always the chance, like if you take somebody like, there's a lot of content creators that will blow out of nowhere. Like Modern Life Dating is one. And I know a lot of people hate him, but he had like 2,000 subscribers 2.5 years
Right.
ago. I mean, I had him on
Right.
my channel and all of a sudden he made like millions of dollars over the course of like a year and a half.
Right.
And it would just like happen out of nowhere. And of course, he got dragged through the mud a couple of times, right? Like there's a lot of shit out there that
Well,
would
that's
be,
expected. I feel like that's
yeah,
expected. I mean, I
yeah,
got dragged through the mud. Like Chronic took me and like did like completely ran me over. And
right. Now
I
imagine,
have to like take that as a
yeah,
beating,
imagine you were on a live show though, and everybody, and you don't have control over the live show, like Valuetainment, and you don't
Right.
have control over the distribution of that show, and it's just out there. And somebody else is making tons of money off of it, and all these other content creators are reacting to it and making tons of money off of it. It could be a headache, but the thing is,
No, it really is. I mean, even if you think about it, like even do the speed datings, but even like going on Chronic, like I know he's making money off of making fun of me. Like,
yeah,
and it was a bad night. I mean, it was like a terrible, terrible, terrible bad night. And you know what? Like, I remember picking myself up the next day and I'm like, you know what? It is what it is. My friends talked me out of it and it was like, it's good. It happens. It was a bad night. Walk it off. You know, it's just whatever.
Yeah. I don't know what's up with them over there, because
With Chronic,
yeah, I don't understand like the
well,
direction. I just don't understand it.
you know, in all honesty, like that night, I had 2 different dates that night, right? And they both went great. And I was like high as a kite in terms of like feeling good and bubbly, and I was having a good time. And I happened to come home. There was a bottle of champagne waiting for me, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go. And I remember going on Playing with Fire's stream that night. Then everybody moved over to Greg Lurk's stream that night afterwards, and it was like the after party because that's what we always did in that time. And then Undead Chronic showed up, and we were all just having like a legit good time. And I was like, oh no, bring Undead Chronic on. I like him. I like some of his talking points. Like, he's cool. And then he came on and he like floored me to a piece of shit. Like, I was like the shit you scrape off of your shoe. That's what I was by the end of the night, because it was bad. I was like 2 bottles of Prosecco and a few margaritas in. It was bad. Like, I was just coming on to have fun, but he was coming on to make content. And it was 2 people in 2 completely different worlds that met, collided, and he won. He won hands down. And I got emotional and I got tyrant, and it was bad. But lesson learned, like, it was what it was. He owned me. I'll claim it. And I just had to like scrape myself back up after that and move on. You know, I don't think I went on any channels for like a full week after that. But you have to just kind of own it, you know. It is what it is. Like, it happens.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of channels out there that are dedicated just to that. Like, sometimes I'll listen to that Smash TV stuff and I'll get brought up occasionally. And like, I don't know, it's just weird. Like, the people on that panel were referring to me as, I think they called me like an inbred turd or something like that. And I'm like, well, I don't like that. That's not really like a legitimate insult, but it's kind of like, that's in that space over there. That's just how they talk. That's how they view. Right. Like, if you're somebody that's motivated and you're trying to do things, they view like that's something that they view as like a bad, like a character flaw. Like, you should be black-pilled. You should come out and say, I'm a fucking failure. I'm ugly. I'm never going to make it. And then you'll get respect. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, and in all honesty, like, I'm the post-wall single mom. I'm 36, XYZ. Like, I have everything going against me that the manosphere fucking hates, right? Like, they hate me for what I am defined as a woman. And I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, I look at it like, Carrie, you were bugging me earlier. Like, I have a great boyfriend who's just totally into me and blah, blah, blah. And he doesn't seem to have a problem with it. And no man that I was dating prior to that seemed to have a problem with it. Like, I was still like a young looking, hot MILF to them, you know, but the manosphere doesn't want to acknowledge that. They don't want to acknowledge the fact that, like, oh, I could be 36 and still look 28. I can pull it off, you know, and it's okay. But what, like, they just want to, I find that it's like,
well, it's red meat. Single mom bashing is big business in the manosphere.
It's just so easy, right? Right.
It is low hanging fruit.
Have a child, whatever, low hanging fruit. But like, at the end of the day, you start in a debate with somebody, like a legitimate debate with somebody, and then the next thing you know, they're like, you're just a single mom, post-wall, blah blah blah. And it's like, that's like, really, like, come on, tell me something I haven't heard.
Yeah, well, the reason why I don't like attacking people based on like a thing like that, you know, it's there are women out there that are legitimate widows. You know, their husbands were police officers and were killed, or their husband got cancer and died, or, you know, some shit that happened. So anytime, like, if you go on like a tangent bashing single mothers, and it's a popular video that tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people are going to hear, there's so many people out there that are just like innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire. I don't mean to, I'm not simping for anybody, but I'm just saying.
No, I don't. I don't ever feel like you ever simped for the concept of single moms, but
Yeah. Well,
but like at the end of the day, like being a single mom, like I'm in this position because of certain circumstances, and it happened. But the thing of it is at the end of the day, I fucking owned it.
Yeah.
I took responsibility.
Well,
Like,
on behalf of the MGTOWs out there, I see this comment down here, but the reason their whole gripe, I'm going to explain to you what the gripe is for those guys and why they're always going to come at single mothers. And if you're a single mother on YouTube in the manosphere, you're always going to deal with them. So the first thing that happened is the people that make the laws, and men and women didn't really have a chance to vote on this. It just kind of happened. They changed laws to screw over men. So married couples that have children, obviously women can hire lawyers, and the lawyer is in a competitive battle to destroy that man. Like literally his job is to destroy the prenup, to make sure that there's alimony, make child support as high as possible. Help the wife get the house, the cars, the anything. Make sure the husband doesn't get to see the kids. Like his job is to win in court. So that's what the new system is designed for with no fault divorce and, that whole deal. So that's the system. But the reason why the MGTOWs have such a gripe isn't necessarily because of the system. They already know the system sucks. System sucks for everybody. Like the system sucks. But they're pissed off because women took advantage of the system. And by and large, women do take advantage of the system. So people like the people that Undead Chronic runs around with, a lot of them are divorced and they've been through the ringer, the divorce machine.
I will also say, I think that that's the prior generation, like to your and my generation, because like I know what my ex-husband, I'll say, like I know what he got. I know what I didn't touch. I know what I agreed to not touch because I said, like that's yours. You keep that, like your 401, your pension, all of that. Like I don't want that. I didn't earn that. Like keep that. Now I kept the house in that aspect, but he still gets to see his son. Like I'm not withholding. I'm not an asshole. Like, if he happens to be off an extra night, whatever, he has a weird schedule. And I'm like, yeah, sure. Like he came and got him tonight, and it wasn't part of the schedule, but you're off. There's no reason for you not to see your son. Like, and I think the generations are changing because like people that are your age and my age, like you may have not gone through it, but I went through a divorce with my parents' divorce and all that fun stuff. And like, it was rough going through that. And I will never, ever, and both of my parents both know this, like I will never put my kids through that same shit that I went through.
Yeah.
Where you're like being torn between the two and this and that. And I know you never went through that, but like it was like mentally rough. And like my daughter, if she wants to see her dad, sure, I'll take you there. What do you need?
Yeah.
My son, if he wants to see his dad, sure. What do you need? Like it's just, it's the best interest of the child. And I think that people in their 30s, like, are in more collaboration on that concept, and they're more realistic with it. And I think this whole MGTOW concept came from people in their like late 30s, early 40s, or maybe 40s, 50s. Like, I think those people got fucked over. I think because it was like no fault, whatever. But like this new generation coming up with the divorces, like in your 30s, like we're all just like, cool, okay, no problem. I have a great standing relationship with my children's parent, because it's important to me, because most of us have been through the ringer on our own parents being divorced. So most of us don't want to see that for our own children. So, yeah.
Right. I agree with that. With that being said, I got to end this. It's
Yeah.
fucking late.
I think my boo boo just showed up.
Okay.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Talk
yeah.
about it.
Yes, Carrie, he's totally my boyfriend now. I'm totally into him. He's totally into me. Like he's yeah.
You're not going to dump him after 6 weeks? You're not going to get rid of him?
This today, actually, I was telling him today, I was like, oh my God, today marks 6 weeks. And he was laughing at it. I was laughing at it, but we've been titled for the last couple weeks now. So it's good. We're exclusive. It's official.
So exclusive means you've had bedroom fun, right?
I'm not saying anything, Carrie. I'll leave that to
All
your
right.
imagination.
All right.
Yeah.
With that, likes up, subs up.
Damn right. Yeah. All right. I'm going to have a final word with my people here in the chat, but I might shut it off soon. So,
all right,
see you guys.
deuces. Thanks
All
for
right.
having me on.
Yep.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks for
Bye,
coming up.
everybody.
Bye.
Peace out. Peace out. All right. To the Chizat. All right. I do have to shut it off here in just a couple of minutes, but I haven't had much time to talk with you guys, and you had a bunch of questions. If you have questions, get them in really quick because we're going to end the show very, very soon. Sterling Archer says, LFA, what would you say is the one main positive and negative aspect of each of the manosphere groups, red pill, black pill, PUA, and MGTOW? So the positive of the red pill is they understand that women aren't sugar, spice, and everything nice. Women can be pretty savage. You know, if you're a guy that just wears your heart on your sleeve and you think women are just the nicest thing in the world, you're going to be in for a rude awakening because they are some straight up heartbreakers, and you'll find out the hard way. The bad part about the red pill is you see a lot of stupid advice, like what we were talking about earlier, and what you saw from the first caller. It's funny that I don't think he understood the topic of this video because he called in and basically illustrated exactly what we were talking about. Like he illuminated the problem with the manosphere by coming on and saying he's been putting all of this red pill shit to action. He's been ignoring her. He's been playing these hot and cold games with her and stuff. And it's been a disaster, right? So that's the worst part about the red pill. The black pill, the good part about the black pill is, look, genetics fucking matter. I hate to tell you, but if you were born ugly, your life is going to be a lot different than if you were born handsome. Okay, that's the good part about the black pill. We don't have to go too far into that. The bad part about the black pill is even if you are ugly, you can still fucking make it. And if it's an echo chamber for the most part in the black pill, and a lot of those guys never understand that they can make it, so they just fail, you know, and it's never good to go down that rabbit hole. PUA, the positive of PUA is, look, people do have to learn how to talk to girls. They have to learn how to get laid. Even if you're somebody that wants to lose your virginity to your future wife and have a good sex life with her, you have to have some ability to get her aroused, to spit game, to have a good, good sex life. Your mouthpiece matters. The moves you make matters. So that's a good part about PUA. The bad part is they turn guys into weirdos a lot of times. You know, if you're going to malls to cold approach 100 girls, you deserve to get kicked out of the mall and banned from that mall because you're just harassing customers. And a lot of pickup artists teach guys to do shit like that. Guys will pay, and that's another thing. It's very overpriced, like $1,000 to learn how to do that. And you're literally being a creep. So that's the bad part. MGTOW, good part about MGTOW is it's a support group for men that need support, that are going through hell and they need support. The bad part is breeds a lot of hate, but to each their own. That's not the movement that breeds it. It's the individuals, and there's certain individuals that breed it and certain people that don't. And it's never good to have hate. Hate is a feminine trait. But that's about all I have to say about that. Do we have any more questions in the chat? Because I do have to end it. I see nothing. Shout out to the super chatters. Paulie Maddle, thanks for calling in, buddy. Anthony, that was a good call. Hopefully we helped you out a little bit. Christina DK, thank you for the super chat, and we don't consider your idiocracy to be a bad thing. We enjoy having you here. Thanks for everybody that called in. The first caller was a very cool, very fun, and entertaining call, even though it might have been sad. Second caller, great. Thanks, Raging Tomato, for calling in and talking to him. Carrie, salute to you as usual. And everybody else. Good to have you guys here. But we're going to have to go ahead and end this one, guys. By the way, let's try this light out. It has these different settings. Right now, the light is off. You see how it's kind of dark? Let's turn this. Okay. Right now, there's a giant light over here. It's a dome light. But that's just like the key one. And see, this side of my face is lit. This side is pretty dark. Let's turn this bad boy on, but let's turn it. Right now it's on a low setting. It also has, we can go like, that's kind of warm. That's daylight. Wait, that's daylight. That's warm. That's somewhere in the middle. That's one I like the best. And then that's on a very low setting right there, but turn it up a notch, up another notch, up another notch, up another notch. That's way too bright, but it's pretty fucking bright. But whoops, turn that shit down. I like the warm. I like it in between right there. So that's like kind of warm. Right now, that's the lowest light that we get. I actually kind of like that because it's, I just think it looks good, but maybe up one right there. That's like perfect. Perfect lighting. Good stuff. I have a bunch of lights, but this one is just super convenient that I can hook to the desk. I think that lighting looks pretty professional. And then if I turn this blue one on, which is this thing right here, gives me like a little blue tint there too. Perfect. It fits perfect. It puts the lotion on the skin. It fits perfect. All right, guys, I got to get the fuck out of here. This one's definitely going to be demonetized. Actually, I think this one was pretty clean. What do you guys think? Thumbs up. I think we can monetize this one. Hopefully. Plus, we had a little super chat action. I think we're doing pretty good. All right, guys. We will be live on Sunday. We'll be live this Sunday on this channel. Hopefully, we see you all there. Let's see how many views we have on this one so far. We have 499. Let's get this up to 500. Maybe somebody will come on in. There, we're at 500. All right. Realistically, we're probably at like 4,000 views, but it only counts people that watched X amount of time or whatever, which fucking pisses me off about live streams. I'll go in and look at the clicks in one of the statistics, and it'll say like 9,000 clicks, but only like 1,500 views. Pisses me off. When on regular videos, every click counts as a view. So freaking stupid. But I'm just rambling at this point. Probably had too much to drink. I'm going to go ahead and end this one, guys. And I keep saying that, but this time I actually mean it. So we'll have one quick message from our sponsors.
Oh my gosh, do you guys see that?
Ouija board. It's just a game, isn't it?
My massive nutsack is filled with cum. I'm dying. I'm dying.
It's an all-new scary tale on Are You Afraid of the Dark? Tonight on Snick.
All right. With that being said, it's time to jet. And guys, like I said, I'll be live on Sunday night, 6 p.m. Central. That's 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. Hopefully I'll come out with a new video tomorrow or Saturday, but who knows? I plan on it. So be sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel. Consider becoming a channel member. You know, a lot of times when these videos get demonetized and YouTube puts pressure on me, I switch them to members only because I just don't want it to be public, because YouTube is showing me that they don't promote it, that they don't want me to make it public. So if you want to watch these streams later on, you may have to become a member. This one we're probably going to keep public though, so you're good this time. But all right, guys, that's it. Salute to the chat. Peace to all the folks out there. I'm out.